Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. We are back. And hashtag Hunt Champion, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dead or Alive 6? You mean the Dead or Alive game that was actually the worst one out of the series? Before they could potentially run it back with the newest one that's coming out pretty soon? Because I think during that time they started listening to Reddit, and essentially they made the game worse. Because of specials that could be spammable. For real? And that's, like, isn't that the specials are easy to pull off? Because if that's the case, yikes. I mean, sure, I can feel like specials should be easy to pull off. But it can't also, but also being spammable, yikes. Surely they could just dial it back a little bit. I just noticed I'm using the new program that one of my moderators recommended, but for some reason I do not see my YouTube. That's odd. Oh, there we go. Sorry, that was weird. Also, Redditors have hole in their brains. Well, funny enough, later today, we're going to be looking at a place in Reddit later today, probably. Who knows? Hi, Zhee in chat. Welcome, Welderzat. Welcome to the stream. I apologize. I should also apologize for being late today, chat. I ended up going to sleep very, very, very late last night. Which is my B. Essentially, what happened was I went to go see somebody yesterday, a friend that I know, and we were just kind of hanging out, and it went into overtime. That's literally all that happened. But I think also yesterday it was kind of interesting because some of the people that I was talking to over there, they were also from Australia. They were staying up as late as I was. They weren't streamers or anything, but one of them had like a interesting insight into a person's psychology. There was someone over there that was like really obsessed with psychology. He was pretty cool. He wasn't like a licensed psychologist or anything like that, but you know that thing where it's like, they'll gauge into someone's personality and interests based on the way that they behave? Chat, has anybody had that instance where they know a friend that is really, really good at reading someone? That's kind of what I experienced yesterday. Because I think one of the problems that I have is that sometimes I can be an open book. If opportunity allows it, I'm pretty much an open book. People can instantly gauge on what it is I'm feeling, what it is I don't feel, what it is I like, what it is I dislike. But then there's probably that instance where I can be pretty much unreadable. If I have to be unreadable, there has to be that point where I have to lock in. And that's not easy. Now that I actually think about it, do you ever think that a lot of Twitch streamers are essentially easy to read? Like, you look at a lot of the popular streamers that are essentially popular, like Extra Emily, Hassan. What are some other names that I could probably name? Caseytron, Denims. The funny thing is, those particular guys are easy to read. You know exactly what it is they're going to say when something incredibly important in history happens. Because the problem is, a lot of the big streamers are one essential big hive mind. That's how easy to read they are. And it's so interesting that I happened to pick up on this after that talk we had yesterday. But I'll admit, I was only reflecting on it as I was getting ready to get back to streaming, to come back to stream today. And literally, it was on my mind, and I essentially said, huh, maybe he has a point about something. Common sense is the key to understand things. Exactly. That's because their entire job is to make themselves open. Conversely, they're also too arrogant to acknowledge fault ever. That's another thing too. Why is it that they don't admit fault to anything? I've always wondered that myself. Something tells me that they're too prideful to essentially admit fault. Because they never have that person, whether it's a father figure or a friend, to tell them, hey, maybe you're doing something wrong. Hey, you're right now doing something very, very stupid. And if they are, they're probably doing it for the wrong reasons. It's probably that moment where it's like, hey, listen, you're doing this all wrong. You're getting incredibly roasted and criticized so hard by the actual working class. Or they'll say something like that. I'm using their language just to provide an example. It's essentially that. I know Fact Lyric plays whatever he wants, and funny enough as well, if I see streamer breaks its own rule, that's not streamer, that's doing good thing. Especially Turkish streamers I watch like Asmongold. Wait, Asmongold is Turkish? Asmongold is not Turkish, is it? Oh, okay, I was gonna say, Jaren. I actually haven't heard much about Turkish streamers on Twitch. I wouldn't be surprised if that they are out there, but it is kind of interesting. You know what we need more of? Streamers from Cuba. I remember Technicals explaining this. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, Mild. Every content creator is a narcissist to some extent because your entire job revolves around you. Like, look what's happening with me right now. Right now, in this particular stream, everything has to revolve around me. People are essentially here for me, not for each other. Which I also understand that. So there's also some small semblance of hope that I hope people can be there for each other too. We're all working for the same goal whether we like it or not. That's kind of why I like talking to my chat for one thing. It's also up to you to catch yourself and acknowledge your faults. Like there's certainly on moments, for example, on stream where I essentially failed to catch myself. I don't know if this VOD is up anymore. I don't know if it's on YouTube either. But there was this one VOD where I essentially crashed out over Elara's horrible explanation over them punching down on Miyasu, a creator that I personally like. Where I kind of essentially see it from the perspective of, oh, you're really gonna say all of these things, you fucking idiot. And then I essentially get more and more triggered. Explanation is a stretch to what she said. I mean, the way I describe Elara is, you know that white Karen that's essentially going to a public restaurant and they're essentially getting really good food, but they'll still find something to complain about. That's what I think Alara is. She's pretty much that. She's pretty much that white. She's pretty much that white Karen that basically goes around to every single restaurant and complains about everything, even if she's receiving impeccable service and good food. She will not care. She will find something to complain and make your life miserable. I think a majority of news content creators that are in the VTubing scene, I don't think a lot of them are gonna. I don't think a lot of them are going to live up to what False ID and Kyo were able to do when they started back in the day. And the thing is, I was more of a Kyo fan. I personally liked Kyo's content when he was exploring, the VTubing news back in the day before he essentially decided to quit. Nowadays, I don't know what he's doing, but I'm hoping he's doing well. Well, anyways, today we're going to be doing some tech news today. I actually was recently going on a bit of a tech. I was recently going on a bit of a tech kind of mood for the past couple tweets that I was doing on Twitter. For those who don't know, recently I decided to experiment with the YouTube Shorts, with the idea of actually doing shorts, because at some point I have to start posting YouTube Shorts on my YouTube page and actually get some content out there for people to watch and give people enough reason to essentially come to my page and go, hey, this guy seems interesting. Let's go have a look. So I'm definitely going to try some content stuff. Not just today. I'm gonna have to look back at all of my old VODs to see what content we could essentially get. Kyo is mostly doing Silk Song and Marvel Rivals. Funny enough, I don't play Marvel Rivals myself personally, but I really, really want to. At some point, I really want to at least give that a shot because I've never played it, but I've heard it's really good. Anyways, let's go to my window capture right here. For those who don't know, I've had like a thing where I started experimenting with YouTube Shorts. It didn't get as popular, but essentially the YouTuber over here, Hio Kaleo, essentially put up a reel where it says A24 messed up so bad. Why do this? And apparently it has something to do with AI. So we're going to have a look at this real quick. All right, let's pause the music real quick. I have to make sure, I also have to make sure the music is correct. Some people wouldn't even dare to talk like Lurk or some very, very, very classic people. I wouldn't even dare do like him. I talk at least a bit, but I think biological men shouldn't be using women's restroom to begin with. I mean, that's just a fact. That's just a fact. But right now the topic is neither here nor there. This is entirely going to be all about tech. Maybe we'll slip in a thing about the other culture war stuff out there. Anyways, Hio put out this particular short today. And essentially, she says this.
Did you see what A24
Oh, why is it so quiet?
Disrespect. I'm spitting on A24 for all the things I love about A24. They have sold out to AI. They sold out. So now it's not A24.
It's not. I mean, every company, if you think about it, is selling out to AI because they're seeing that AI is the new tech of the future, similar with Autotune when it almost toppled the music industry.
It's AI24 chat. From now on, A24 explains why AI deal with Google exists. We'd rather have a seat at the table than on the sidelines. Fuck you, A24. You need to re-fucking-consider because
no, they don't.
one of the creators that made the best fucking movies for you told you they didn't want AI in their movie, and then you turned around and did it anyways. I mean, it's not in the movie, but like, fuck.
I will say this part where she says it's not in the movie. That was kind of the line that was that did stick out to me a little bit. And I know I said this to Mild first, and he was like, I mean, they said AI is not in the movie, so opinion disregarded. I see the chat going on right now. AI, oh my god, AI, oh no. Okay. Let me slow this down for everybody. That may be feeling confused. Here's what I think about AI. I think AI can essentially work as a tool to serve the person. And it's also entirely dependent on what kind of work you do that will require the use of AI. I know when it comes to the creative workforce, there's already experimentation going on with AI in every single animated field. It's being utilized in the anime workspace. It's being used in the Western animation workspace by Illumination Entertainment, for example. So my thing is, if it can essentially shorten the workload that someone has to do of non-essential things such as generating ideas and creating project briefs, which you can then edit later, or for storyboards and things like that, code and automation of robotics only. There's uses that can come with the use of AI. And most companies are already experimenting on how to preserve the human nature of art. They'll make sure that humans will still work on animations and things like that. There will still be human orient centered works in most media nowadays. But they will also experiment to see what shortcuts they can essentially take. Do I think it's recommended? Personally, probably not. But I can also see it being essentially mandated in some ways. There's probably going to be some places where AI will be utilized. And unfortunately, you'll have to catch up and understand that tech better. Otherwise, you're just going to get left behind in the dust. If you are doing art in the creative field space, and you have not started experimenting with AI in some form, which, let's be honest, there are artists out there that are using AI, but they'll never tell you because they know how people will react. What's essentially going to happen if you don't use AI, if you don't start experimenting with AI and at least understanding it, you're going to get left behind in the dust. It has always been a tool, and it will always be a tool that is meant to serve you. The choice is, you can even just choose not to use it. Also, 34, don't give me that vomit face. You've used Stable Diffusion in the past. I don't want to hear it from you. Gotta call you out there. But anyways, my kind of thing when I saw this is like, I feel like tell that to rich greedy fucks. Now here's the thing. Since when? Bro, 2023 when you decide to make that Lamborghini? You don't think I remember this, 34? I remember this. Look back in your DMs. Oh, that one. Exactly. But essentially, my whole thing with this is that I think she's focusing in the wrong places because there are things to criticize AI for, which we'll talk about later, like with the AI data centers, for example. You didn't even use that one because it was trash. I don't know about it. I wouldn't say it was trash. I'd say it's more so I decided to borrow that as part of a reference with commissioning an actual artist. The thing is, you can use that to create ideas. If there's a certain design that you're after, you can essentially use AI to put it together for you, and then you can task like an actual artist to create it and give it the human touch. theoretically, you could train an AI on your own artwork. Specifically, you could train it on your earliest rough sketches to create poses, and you could fix it going forward. That's the thing. A lot of the use of AI in the artist workforce is essentially just doing the non-essential things, like, coming up with poses and just doing it on rough sketches. Then later on, when you get something that you essentially wanted to, the pose you essentially want, or something specific that you want from it, you can then start putting the human touch in it, and by that point, it becomes an entirely human creation. It's also the point that when it comes to copyright, AI is considered not copyrighted by nature. Legally speaking, that has always been the case. Now, this is why I essentially said that she's focusing on the wrong places, and she's essentially doing the same thing where it's like, AI. I don't completely rich guy who has made Tesla. You mean Elon Musk? But he gets rid of people that out of nowhere if you use AI art. My profile pic is AI. Huh? I think, Hasha, is it okay if you can clarify exactly what you meant? I'm a little confused of what you said there. I apologize. I do apologize. But anyways, I decided to create this particular YouTube short. I just slapped it together and recorded it quickly to essentially... Oh yeah, that's also another point. You probably might be ESL. I think he said in the stream before he could be ESL. I could be mistaken. Do clarify for us if you are ESL. But essentially, I created together this short to essentially criticize them, and I basically had to ask them one simple question. You're letting people who use AI in the wrong way get away with it and have an excuse every time someone defends people using AI the right way. That's the problem. But the thing is, that's not essentially what's happening. People are calling out the wrong use of AI, and people are already aware of it. Most people that are pro-AI actually understand that there are good things that you can utilize with it, especially when it comes to local AI language. Whether it's used in open source development or by individuals who are essentially working in their bedrooms. To put it simply, most of the pro-AI people are not against AI that is meant to serve the user. They are basically against the use of corporatized AI that is being done by rich and powerful private companies, like what's happening with Palantir and Encode and all these other companies that are out there. Yeah, but you know who's louder? The thing is, it's not a fact about who's louder. As of right now, there's a lot of dissenting voices right now. And also right now, the loudest people right now is the anti-AI people, because we keep seeing this everywhere. Hashot, so ESL is English as a second language. So essentially, I ended up saying this. I mean, you did say it. AI is not in the movie, so I ask.
Why you have to be mad?
It's a genuine question. Why do you have to be mad if AI is not even in the movie to begin with? And apparently, according to that headline where A24 essentially decided to strike a deal with Google, apparently it has something to do with storyboards. There's a snippet of it. Where is it? Right here. AI stops spilling all over uploaded media. But the thing is, you're seeing AI stuff essentially being put over the Twitter timeline. But you know what's also loud, 34? Anti-AI. And it's also a misuse of the people misusing them. It's essentially similar with the guns don't kill people kill people argument. It's essentially revisiting that argument again. Because you really have to ask, is it the gun that's essentially doing the damage, or is it the person that's holding a gun? A gun by itself cannot fire. If a gun is just on the table and it's not being held by anybody, it's just there. It's not being used. It can't fire anything. It's just there. It can't physically harm someone. When the time it becomes harmful is when somebody holds that particular gun, loads it, and fires it at somebody. The person used the gun to kill someone. At that time, it was a person that did the deed. We can understand that the gun essentially contributed to the damage, but at the end of the day, there are people that are responsible with their guns. This is no different for the AI. There are people that are misusing AI, like the big and rich, powerful companies. But there are also people out there that are using AI for its intended purpose, to serve as a tool. Rather than using AI to be actually productive, the loud-ass ones rather make useless ones. The thing is, the ones that are making the useless ones are going to get called out. There's still a lot of that being called out. I think we might be operating. I think we might not be on the same page, and that's okay. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to ask these questions because we have to have this particular discussion so that we can come to a mutual understanding. Now, for example, with this particular A24 thing that she's mad about, it's not in the movies, so I did ask her why she has to be mad. Now, apparently, according to this, essentially A24, I almost said AI24, sorry, I do love A24 movies. A24 has entered a $75 million research partnership with Google DeepMind to develop AI-powered filmmaking tools, a move that has sparked significant backlash from fans and filmmakers who view it as a betrayal of the studio's artist-first ethos. The deal, reported in June 2026, establishes A24 Labs to collaborate with DeepMind researchers on creating customized workflows for pre-production tasks like storyboarding. So essentially a deal was made where AI is going to be utilized during the pre-production stage, but in terms of the final product, no such AI tool has been utilized in the final film. So in a way, it's essentially still going to feel human. And that's where I think a lot of the creative workforce is going to go. They're being called out, but they don't care. That publicity is still publicity to them. I mean, that's very true. I mean, that is still true. Which is the only thing that people can do essentially, which is to call it out. But you also have to understand that AI in itself is not entirely a bad thing, especially when it's used right by the right people. I don't think they view it as bad publicity is good publicity because the people who create AI slop are botted accounts anyway. Like right now when it comes to YouTube, there is still AI slop that is essentially being fed to the timeline. Unfortunately, my mom and dad are essentially getting a lot of AI slop on their YouTube shorts, for example. And I have to essentially point out to them if something looks AI. I have to tell them if they show me a video, for example, and I have to look at that and I have to tell them, I'm sorry to tell you this, Dad, but that's AI. I can easily tell you if something looks like it's AI. Yeah, and what botted accounts do? Make money for them. Now here's my personal criticism. I know that for example, YouTube and Twitter and all these places are trying their best to crack down on botted accounts that are essentially pushing AI slop. But just like what happens when you pull one weed out, another grows in its place. I do feel they're not doing enough, but I also understand it's an uphill battle. You're confusing the AI slop botted accounts with the people who defend AI, because those two people are essentially different. They're two very different crowds. the people who defend the use of AI are not ones that essentially are going to defend the AI slump accounts. I think that's the real distinction to be had here. So anyways, with this particular point, I essentially criticized them for this, and we actually do have a little bit of a civil discussion here. She ends up responding, "Honey, I'm always mad about Gen AI." So I actually ended up responding, and I actually said to them, what it seems you're mad about was not even about Gen AI, because in that little snippet I showed you, nothing about Gen AI was mentioned in the first place. So again, I asked the same question. Why do you have to be mad? And she actually provides me a list, which is actually pretty interesting, because there is a common theme in this particular list here. People are losing their jobs, which not exactly true, because in regards to part where people are losing their jobs, there are very few that have lost their job to AI, but a lot of people that have essentially lost their job in a workforce that has AI involved usually have been laid off or fired for other reasons, like what happened with video games when at least 55,000 people lost their jobs, and a lot of them happened to deserve it. And at least 1.15 million people had lost their job due to other factors than AI, whether it's they're doing their job really badly or something along those lines. Right now, the economy in of itself is the core issue than what AI is right now. Lack of regulations for sustainable AI if it's here to stay. Also not true. Because they have been pumping out for AI regulations left and right. There are courts that are still fighting for regulations when it comes to AI, especially when it comes to copyright. It was even ruled in a US district court that AI cannot be copyrighted. Most jobs that are being lost to AI are blue-collar jobs, and creatives generally don't care about those jobs. I think most creatives do not care about stuff like retail, hospitality, and all these other jobs. Two different crowds with the other leeching to another should that crowd has people agreeing to their defense. How many of those jobs are paper pushers? I do like that there's a little bit of a discourse happening here. I do like that. But anyways, the towns that have people suffocating over the fumes the data centers are making, especially in the east because there are no regulations. That part is essentially true. But the problem is we are talking about the data centers here that are experimenting with AI. For example, Australia is now getting data centers here, albeit not as much as it is in America, and we will talk about that. But again, it's the fault of the AI data centers that are essentially being built and made, even forcing people to move out. Not necessarily a problem with local AI itself. The fact that it uses so much water to cool down, but indigenous people don't even have clean water, that part is actually false. It does not need that much water to cool down. Because when it comes to water consumption, that's usually used for generating electricity, as my electricity bill would essentially show. But again, local AI has nothing to do with this. This is the data center. Again, most of the points are essentially talking about the same particular point, which is about AI data centers, which is a whole other topic in of itself. Nothing to do with local AI language. I could go, now, she is at least civilly disagreeing with me here. And I do personally like that. I do like when we can essentially have a little bit of a civil discourse, especially when it comes to the importance of the AI topic, especially with what's happening right now on Twitter. As someone who works retail, paper pushers and middle management could be replaced with AI easily, but most companies are trying to replace anyone but them. Hey, Sai, welcome to stream. We're talking about AI today. But anyways, we actually continue the discussion here, and I essentially make a particular point. Apologies, mild. Almost all of these issues that you listed has to do with the people in control of AI rather than AI itself. That's like getting angry at cars for replacing the horse instead of getting angry at the people in charge of the car companies for their poor business practices. Like, for example, what's happening right now with the AI data centers. People are focusing on the wrong... People that are mad about AI are essentially focusing on the wrong targets. Which is why it's necessary for an important defense. You want people to essentially point out which part of AI should not be defended and which part should. I know this debate since Larry told us the same thing. Larry sounds like a pretty cool dude. Maybe you could Larry sounds like a pretty good dude. Maybe at some point I should watch his channel if he's live. Oh, sorry. Now the next thing she actually points out is this sudden explosion of data center spawns should not be defended. And it should not. I actually do have a video that actually talks about that, which I think will be interesting. Now she says, unfortunately, yet they are tied together because yes, to an extent, you can say this is an issue only towards the developers and lawmakers, but the AI, it still hurts people. Again, focusing on the wrong target. They're sort of correlating the AI data centers with the idea of local AI language essentially being the same thing. It's putting them in one singular box rather than separating them out into other boxes when it actually where it applies. I'm not a broad person here. I'm not going to look at things from a broad perspective. I'd rather be at least fairly and technically accurate than a lot of other people. Its own self is an issue even though devs are not making it sustainable. A human being selling AI art and stealing art is still using Gen AI. AI is making that possible. You kind of get what I mean? I get where you feel the issue is only people. Unfortunately, they are simply linked. Now, I actually do politely disagree with her here, and I essentially said, sure, I can understand. However, it's also why I disagree with the logic. It's like saying we should ban the production of smartphones because of the radiation that it emits because it gives us cancer, or if it being made in Chinese factories or something like that. It sets a bad precedent. AI in of itself isn't made for the purpose of stealing things, but to serve as a tool, especially with local AI. If we were to ban all AI just because of data centers hogging the electricity, for example, that sets a bad precedent for individual or open source development. This was my personal point, and that's right now where the discussion ends. But my point is more so, if we're going to start, like similar what's going on with the banning trans people from sports, for example. If we're going to essentially go after every single one of them, even though they're not breaking the rules, it sets a very bad precedent. If one day, for example, AI just happens to be banned because of all the AI data centers that are hoarding the electricity and essentially making it difficult for other people to live in, that's going to set a really bad precedent for small-time developers that are just developing local language AI and for open source development, which a lot of AI essentially is being put out there as open source software. Which is why I think it's important to focus on the actual targets, which is the AI data centers. Many of the issues with AI data centers regarding water or energy consumption stem from the countries that are not having good regulations. And that is again more of the fault of the lawmakers here. I'm sure a lot of them recognize that this is a problem, but the issue is, are they doing enough about it to essentially regulate it? Are they doing enough to essentially make them go, hey, you guys are making lives really, really difficult for the Americans and for other countries involved. I think it's time to either take a chill, or you may have to end up downsizing or risk getting sued. which wouldn't be an issue if we had swapped over to nuclear power back in the 80s. Yeah, because how many power plants are there in America? I wouldn't be surprised if there's more than 100. Pretty sure there's more, maybe in the thousands. We already have an alternative power source that can essentially be used to power electricity. And not only that, give me a second for my train of thought here. We would not be in the spot that we are with climate change had they not considered these alternative options. Cut everything down to a stump, then once they rebuild, the lawmakers then make law to block a few bad branches. A few bad branches. Now you're thinking. But horse car drivers wasn't mad at automobile, and same thing on artists talk against AI, even though AI is going to be a regular thing. That requires stepping on the toes of other countries with different laws. It would be. That's why it's going to be an uphill battle from here. For example, in America, with what's going on with the data centers. Sorry, let me just move this real quick. We have this particular news article from Tom's Hardware. Let's read over this together, shall we? 49,000 Lake Tahoe residents could be left powerless as AI data centers inhale electricity supply. Power company looking to redirect power to 12 data centers. High demand plus a regulatory limbo equals a dim situation. Data center power demand is straining power grids and generation worldwide. California and North Dakota are no exception. You might be wondering, though, what happens if you live in a specific region that straddles these two states, has unorthodox geography, and gets its power from the state next door? Around 49,000 Lake Tahoe residents are finding out in the worst way that they might become literally powerless by May 2027, as provider NV Energy is poised to redirect the spice flow elsewhere, according to an article on Fortune. The quick and easy answer to how that could happen is because of AI, quote unquote. And while that is true as a kernel, this story is far more complicated. North Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data centers hubs in the country, thanks to tax incentives, large tracts of available land, and being close to Silicon Valley. Most of the region's data center computer sits in the Tahoe-Reno Industrial Center, and they're owned by the likes of Google, Microsoft, and Apple. Mild actually mentioned earlier that data centers function the exact same way that server buildings work, like with Twitch or Twitter or Discord. They're basically working in a similar way, but on a very larger scale. So it's not really surprising that with the unveiling of the AI technology, that particular style of centers, of data centers, are essentially being pushed out on force in a mass scale, especially when they're buying all of the memory chips, the RAMs, the graphics cards, essentially stocking up the price for gamers, because now companies are more incentivized to push towards the producing the technology for the data centers, and not for people, and not for the other people that should be getting this technology, like gamers like ourselves. It's not surprising to hear the regional utility operator NV Energy is experiencing unprecedented demand, a story all too familiar most everywhere else in the world. Fortune says that 12 data center projects in the region could pull 5,900 megawatts at peak. That's pretty big. All by themselves, far beyond the region's current usage. Back in 2024, data centers reportedly drank 22% of the state's power, a slice that could increase to 35% by 2030. The project's data center load growth in 2024 was 29,590 gigawatts per hour, over half of Nevada's net generation. This is why lawmakers have to essentially start cutting down on the bullshit like this, especially with it taking advantage by these particular people. Because if they don't act upon this soon, Pretty soon, residents are probably going to start dying because of these data centers, and that's not going to look good. Oh, Crusader Hunter 115, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for being a fellow Anomtron. We hope to see you around more. Welcome aboard. Oh, hey, I remember you. You were there last night. You were there last night with Torn. Nice meeting you. But anyways, give me a second. Excuse me. A robot's gotta at least make sure to lubricate their throat. Sorry. This is all well and good, but this reason this affects Lake Toho in particular is the fact that its local utility, Liberty Utilities, gets 75% of its power from NV Energy, and its territory sits inside the grid operator's balancing zone. There's no direct connection from the lake to the Californian grid, a venture that would beget a new line over the Sierra, costing at least hundreds of millions of dollars and impacting the landscape. This makes Lake Toho effectively landlocked in electricity flow. The problem is the situation isn't strictly new for Liberty and has been dragging for the better part of 2 decades. Per the Fortune report, Liberty was supposed to have started buying power from other sellers as far back as 2009. They essentially did not commit to a deal that they were supposed to make. When NV Energy sold Liberty its California assets, a temporary agreement was set in place so the situation could be resolved. But that was extended repeatedly in 2015, 2020, and 2025. A fact that Fortune says it verified via regulatory documents. You better remember me, LMAO. JK. It's okay, I remember you. I promise I remember you. Danielle Hughes, a local resident and CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, also points out that only 49,000 strong, that at only 49,000 strong, even if the area could get a good short-term deal on power coming from the west side, it wouldn't be able to find affordable long-term pricing competing with giants. Understandably, Spark and another local interest group with the California Public Utilities Commission to fully oversee Liberty's procurement process, except that the entity has no actual power over NV Energy. For its part, NV Energy is building out its Greenlink West 525 kilovolt line and intends to transition Lake Tahoe to this pipe. But what are the only expected to flow on it come May 2027, making for the close of shaves. The operator says that the transition was set well before data center load growth was a consideration. Okay, so even if that's true, I think it can't be argued that data centers have essentially led to this point where now people have to essentially move out of their homes because they want to build more AI data centers over there and redirect that power to that particular point. It's going to make a city essentially unlivable if it's not cracked down upon sooner than later. And not a reaction to recent developments, but at the same time, there's no telling if the schedule could slip. There's already a possibility it could slip. People are essentially making so much noise about this. It makes sense that people make noise about this because it's going to be really bad when people who are essentially living in that city where the data centers are hogging all the power are going to start dying because they have no power. Not gonna lie, when I woke up, my first thought was, I should see if my new friend is live. Oh, thank you so much for the support. I truly appreciate it. I just realized we also talked about Nikkei yesterday, and we're basically hearing Nikkei music in my stream. Actually, I might have to increase the volume because I think it might be a bit too quiet. Okay, there we go. Because of intentional scare tactics regarding nuclear power and companies refusing to change over, nuclear power is literally just advancing boiling water. It was a tad too quiet, but it's better now. Apologies for that, guys. Apologies for that. I made sure to increase the volume a tiny bit. Making matters worse, Lake Tahoe's location makes for a crosshatch of state, regional, and local frameworks, with Fortune going as far as stating that no single body owns the whole problem. adding electrons to the arc, while the lake is seen as a rich area thanks to its ski resorts and casinos. It's actually fairly modest, and the high power demand around the tourist-heavy Christmas season needs to be paid for during the rest of the year. Whichever way this goes, it's a mess and I have to sort this out. And it really goes to show, it's pretty bad. And that's why people are essentially talking about it. And I think it's very important for us to talk about it. Now, I actually do have something else to show you. I'll close the tab once I've essentially used it. I have this video. We have this video here by Amir Odom, and it's essentially about how AI data centers destroy local communities. I'm interested in seeing more about this concerning the topic. So let's look over it together, shall we?
This is the current drinking water.
That's way too quiet. Let's try that again.
This is the current drinking water.
This is not the future that I want to give my daughter. They are collecting as much information on you as possible.
AI data centers are popping up like crazy everywhere, and some people are saying, oh, this is a good thing, this is great for the future, it's giving more jobs. Others are saying, no, this is harmful for the environment, we don't need all these giant buildings everywhere, and it's just a no. So it's actually true. That's exactly what we're getting into in this video, hearing a couple different perspectives, hearing about why people want more AI data centers, why some people don't, and everywhere in between. So if you like this kind of content, be sure to subscribe, and let's just dive right into this video.
A lot of people don't understand the link between AI and global warming. So remember when computers used to look like this and they had this box? And that box used to get really, really hot. So where did that box go? Well, now it's in things called data centers. So basically that's why we're able to be on our phones without having like a massive thing behind it, because all of the computing goes on in these servers here.
That's what's in a data center. It's just rows and rows of computers. Because remember, the computers would be really big and they get really hot. Now, your phone can get hot because there is some processing that is done on your local device. But there are things that's stored elsewhere in these data centers that your phone is tapping into to view. So Instagram, Facebook, when you're using all these apps, YouTube, we're pulling that information from these data centers where there's rows and rows and rows of hot-ass computers that need to be cooled down.
I was an information systems and analytics major in college, and we learned that you actually have to like really attend to these very well, and you have to keep them very cool. And they do that through a variety of different ways by like pumping water through them because it gets so hot in there.
And so that's what's in all these data centers. There's just rows and rows of computer, but data center, it's data. It's like all what's on all the computers is all the data. It's a data center. That's what that is. I just wanted to break that down for someone who wasn't really aware.
Some would say it's a data mine. I'll see myself out.
They didn't know what she meant or what that is. And that's why they need to be cooled. That's why they're so loud. It's nothing but metal. Metal that needs to be cooled down, fans whirring, it could get loud. That's all it is.
I have a jar right here.
Now, during that time, my first visit to a data center like this was actually in a telecommunications company. And essentially how they work is that they have a bunch of people essentially putting up these servers and connecting wires. And those hot-ass computers are essentially, I think, machines that used to have the Windows 7 OS on it. Nowadays, because I think as the years go on, they first start with XP, then they start with 7, and then I think eventually now most of the world runs on Linux. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, like when the OS age verification stuff was being put out, there was a lot of problems people had with it because almost 95% of the world now runs on Linux. And Linux is not essentially a OS software that's relatively closed source compared to OSs like Windows and Mac. So on a fundamental level, it was not going to work, which is why they had to implement a amendment to those particular laws where open source software and Linux had to be excluded from the OS 8 verification laws that they're trying to pass in places like California and Texas.
This is...
Sorry, not Texas. What is it? Colorado.
Loud. That's all it is.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan.
Most companies and governments use Windows XP. They still use Windows XP? Hey, 34, you might have to... I understand you're trying to clarify a little bit. It's okay. Linux is still not widely used by the public. But if I'm not mistaken, a majority of the world runs on Linux. I remember it from a Veristerium documentary. It was a Veristerium YouTube video that I remember where they said almost the entire world runs on Linux. And this was during a point where I think it was a Arch distro was almost compromised, and a lot of different company computers that run on Arch, this specific distro of Arch Linux, was going to get compromised because of a backdoor. I think we can probably look at that video just so people can see what I'm talking about. The reason why companies and governments use XP is because of security. All of the security backdoors are known. Oh, okay, so they're still using Windows XP. That's actually really interesting. Also, funny enough, if this is the case that people are still using Windows XP, what's going to stop me from going back to Windows XP? Bring back support for it. Fuck Windows 11. Bring back support for Windows XP. Let me go back to it. Fuck you. I want my PC back.
County, Georgia. Right after a data center was constructed, the metadata center was constructed. The only difference.
I can see two sides to this coin where, yes, the data center causes water to be brown and it's a problem, but
I remember, we just saw earlier that Hio was talking about this particular point. That's actually really interesting that there's a quote-unquote example here. But again, water consumption is usually used to generate electricity. But then again, this is mostly coming from the AI data center, not particularly in everyday usage.
also the building of it, the structure, like it wasn't built right. They were looking into county lines, code. They weren't sure how it's going to damage, and using all that water in the local area would drain others from their water. You really don't know I'm speaking on my ass right now. I feel like you really don't know these things until you do it. Maybe there is some preventing around it, but the only reason I'm saying that is because I know around the corner, it's like more northern Nashville, there's a community and there's farmland and like hilly farmland. They built a subdivision on top of the farmland, and now because they did all the plumbing and all the piping and all that, now they created a flood zone essentially. I don't think they intentionally meant to do that, but as a result of building this subdivision on this farmland, now there was a row of homes that constantly get flooded, and I had a friend that actually had to move out. So there are some things where you don't know until you do it. That's one side, and on the other, yeah, what else do you expect when you're tapping into the water? You're using this much resources. It's gonna drain from other places. It's gonna disrupt things. You're gonna shake some shit up. You are. And that's disgusting. And I think there needs to be some accountability when things happen like this, where I could be in my home living peaceful time and day in and day out. And then all of a sudden I'm running into issues now because you just have to build a big ass data center, and now my water look like dookie. I don't want no damn dookie water. That's a problem. But even with that being said, I do know it's people's job to research this. It's people's job to know how the land is impacted, where water's coming from, the wells. Like, that's people's careers. And so maybe there is some negligence going on that we're just not worried about, and that's why they're really trying to investigate this to understand the real impact that these data centers are having. Because regardless, whether you like it or not, it's happening, and it's sad, and it's happening fast.
This is what it's like living with a data center.
This is also why there should be some caution exercise, especially when researching a lot more into these particular data centers. Because one, yes, it can be essentially an issue of negligence if there is essentially, very dirtied water coming out of these particular AI data centers. So again, there's probably a little bit of truth to it, but there's also a high possibility it could also be false, and it's only being used for effect here. Like, for example, Ocasio-Cortez here is usually known to lie.
in your neighborhood. And this is what it's like living with a data center on your block.
That's so loud.
Oh, that is loud. I'm not gonna lie, if I was living near an area where that noise is essentially being made 24/7, I'd be out. Like, don't even make an excuse, just flee.
And I will say, back in 2020, my man had like four or five 3090s, the graphics cards, mining Bitcoin.
My issue with data centers boils down to what data are they storing? The Epstein files.
Things were whirring, like loud. So you can only imagine how loud this shit can be. Even your laptop, hello. When things start to heat up, you hear your laptop fan cut on, desktop fan cut on. That's what that is.
This is what it's like living.
I won't lie, I always thought these data centers were only AI data centers from whenever they're being talked about it. Sorry, it took me a second. Well, the thing is, data centers have always existed. The existence of the AI data centers is essentially what happened when the technology for AI was first unveiled during the COVID lockdowns, and people saw an opportunity with these particular data centers, and they saw an opportunity with the AI technology, and it was from there they started building more data centers that basically help push out essentially AI-powered technology to power probably their different companies, like with Palantir and all these other stuff. Maybe even for Meta, Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Google, Twitter, and all these other large social media spaces too. AI essentially gave them a way to start enforcing it at a very large scale. And it's because they're doing it in a very large scale that it starts to create some ethical and legal problems on top of it. Data centers exist. Again, you're confusing on what type of data center that I'm complaining about. I think 34, you have to essentially clarify what exactly you're referring to. Because I think I'm seeing a little bit of frustration there that people are not exactly getting what you mean. That's why it's okay to, basically take it a little bit slow and just clarify what exactly you're talking about. What else? AI data centers. Okay, so mention that. Mention that. But also, Mild is talking about data centers have existed for a long time before AI. And because of that, there's now an existence of a separate branch of data centers which revolve around the use of AI. And those particular ones are being faced under legal scrutiny. But anyways, let's continue.
With a data center on your block inside of your house with all of the doors and windows closed. Sometimes they flood your neighborhoods and do nothing about it.
House was pretty much surrounded by
Data center floods West Virginia community. Whoa.
water.
Record levels of flooding coming out of this site.
But most of the times they do this to the neighborhood water supply.
Water pressure in the kitchen.
It's not good. Even that, yeah. You draining so much water that now other people's faucets in their home is just trickling. Just drip, drip, drip. That's crazy work. Like, we can't just be throwing these things up like hotcakes and it's doing this to the communities. We can't do this.
Again, like we pointed out with Hio, most of the water supply stuff that's happening here is realistically the fault of the AI data centers, not by the local AI users. And that's the kind of the people that we should really be taking a look at. And I think it's also important that I highlight this on like a stream, for example, because yes, things like this need to be talked about.
To flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
Yeah. And this is what's in all the pipes.
And if you're like, Ed, this would never happen where I live because my neighborhood would never allow this to happen. Well, in Gilroy, California, Amazon is building a 60-acre data center. And because they're building it in an industrial area, just far enough outside of the closest residential area, they didn't have to consult any of the residents.
Yeah, that is a
Which is a big issue because I think a large part about building some sort of new construction site or new building, residents have to at least be informed if something new is being built in their area. And it's left up to them what to do with that particular information. It's pretty scummy that it's Amazon essentially doing this. And again, I'm not really surprised. It's Amazon. What can you really expect? I mean, look at me. I'm essentially streaming to a goddamn I'm essentially streaming to a site that's essentially owned by Amazon. Though the thing I at least understand is that Twitch and Amazon are basically two different subsidiaries. Amazon is not really focused on like the Twitch side of things, so I'm kind of giving a little bit of free weight here to essentially criticize them on that
thing. They're building it in industrial areas, and then they're just going in and doing it. And they tried to do this in Nashville, too. Right around the corner, they tried to do this.
Like humming and buzzing in my ears. Do you think animals would?
A community is rallying together to push back against plans to build a data center near the Nashville Zoo.
Do you see how close that is? They want to put a
Wait, so they want to put a data center right close to the Nashville Zoo over here? Why? What's really the point? You're putting it in a very congested area. That's horrible planning. There are definitely too many AI data centers, but 90% of the pollution that comes from them is actually from fossil fuels. That's because of the amount of electricity they consume, but also backup generators. This is probably likely true. The thing is, I think the thing you also have to consider are the AI data centers essentially accounting for those particular faults and are essentially accelerating that process of contributing to water pollution. Nuclear would vastly decrease the amount of pollution, which again, if we converted to nuclear power in the 1980s, we wouldn't be in this spot to begin with. Guys, nuclear power, you should have done it. Now it's your own fault.
Data center right there, right next to the zoo, disrupting all the animals with that loud ass noise.
It's not essentially they're owned by Amazon, but Amazon does continue by the moderation. Oh, okay, fair enough. Thanks for the clarification, Cruiser Hunter. I appreciate it.
The monkeys, the giraffes, everything. The zoo, disrupting all the animals with that loud ass noise. All the monkeys, the giraffes, everything, all the animals, right? Disrupting all that. The local homes right nearby.
I have to go now since for me it's very late. Thank you so much, Hasha Champion. Thank you so much for watching stream today. I hope to see you again soon. I think the next time I go live, Eden will actually be going live. So you'll be seeing them instead of me. But he also has a really good point. I don't think the animals are going to be too enthused about hearing like a constant droning noise essentially coming from a data center. That's not only just going to ruin their day, it's going to cause great strife to the zoo.
What? I understand the appeal a little bit now of like having a data center in the middle of nowhere. If we're going to be doing these data centers, I can respect that more than just slapping it in the middle of the city, right next to a zoo, right next to homes, and it's going to be loud as hell. No.
I can currently hear the monkeys from my backyard. Would love that to continue. I mean, we're crying for help. We need this protection.
The zoo says the noise and light from the facility would, quote, dramatically affect animal behavior and be detrimental to conservation efforts.
It's so sad that this has happened, and they're actively wanting to throw it right in the middle of a community. Blows my mind. And I know for me, I've been using today's sponsor, Ground News, to stay up to date on my local area. Because with Ground News, not only are you getting like, you know, the basic news out there,
I will say I personally started using Ground News myself. It's great.
Hear what's going on in the world, but also your local area. So even yourself, again, if you want to stay up to date on everything regarding these AI data centers, be sure to tap the link below. It's going to click here on the screen to get involved with Ground News. What Ground News is, it's a website and a mobile app that shows you how the same story is being covered by hundreds of different outlets all across the political spectrum. So instead of getting one version of the story from one outlet, no, you can come right to this page and compare the coverage for yourself and see, who's starting to twist the narrative, who's lying about the situation, what's actively going on. And it doesn't even stop there. Their feature Blind Spot shows you news that you aren't even seeing. It shows you everything that the left is talking about, but the right isn't. And on the other side, what the right is talking about, but the left isn't. That way you can always see what's going on in the media landscape. So whether you're left, right, center, political homeless, it don't matter. This is the one source and the one place I know I can go to stay informed without getting sucked into the mainstream media or getting my news from the left, from the right. No, this is my hub. This is my spot to go to. So if you want to check this out, you want to be more informed with
But because communists are too retarded to boil water, we live in constant fear-mongering of an explosion. Something tells me they probably took Godzilla a bit too literally. Or maybe they think Godzilla is real. Could be. For those who don't know, I've been watching Godzilla in my server. I've been watching like a lot of the old Godzilla movies in my server. If you guys want to join us when we do those, make sure you go check. If you guys want to join us when we do those, make sure you go check out our Discord server. Wait, so you don't know the history of Chernobyl? Oh wait, no, I know the history of Chernobyl. I was kind of referring to something else because we are talking about nuclear power. You should watch that anime where the girl becomes Godzilla. Oh no, I've definitely heard about that anime. What I essentially do for new animes is I wait till the run essentially ends. Like as soon as like they finish releasing 12 episodes, 24 episodes, I wait for that, and then once that's done, I can essentially try to watch it in 1 or 2 days. I essentially try to do that. But yes, I know about the history of Chernobyl. There's actually very similar incidents that have happened related to nuclear disasters. In India, there was something known as the Bhojpur disaster. I think that's what it was called. Hold on, hold on. Give me a second, guys. Let me just quickly correct myself on the record here. Oh yeah, sorry. All right, sorry. So I'm correcting myself here. So in the close, Yes, it was a real thing. But similar to Shopal, there was something known as called the Bhopal disaster, which was an industrial disaster where a portion of India was exposed to the highly toxic gas methyl isocyanate. It was a gas-related disease in which almost there was over 550,000 injuries, 38,000 temporary partial injuries, and 3,000 permanently disabling injuries. And in terms of the death toll, it ended up being going over 2,000. It was one of the biggest. It was one of the worst industrial disasters. And the company that essentially made this happen had to end up closing down after going to lawsuit after lawsuit. It's pretty scary when that does happen.
within your own local area, be sure to tap the link below with Skin and Cucor here on the screen. And with that, they're giving 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the one that I use. Unlocks all the cool features and comes out to the price of like a coffee a month. At the bare minimum though, get the news for yourself. Don't be told how to think. Don't depend on the left source or the right source. No. Go somewhere where you can actively see what everybody's saying in one page.
Let me ask though about why taxpayers...
Don't say it. Mild, say it. I dare you to say it.
Go somewhere where you can actively see what everybody's saying in one page.
Let me ask though about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the rich.
Oil barons then rode this one drama wave so that their nuclear competition loses. It's so sad. It's really so sad. There could have been something there. Like, here we are.
Source, no. Go somewhere where you can actively see what everybody's saying in one page.
Let me ask though about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are, to subsidize this?
They don't necessarily have to do that. They just won't win any contracts. It's a competition.
But why?
Why are you getting tax breaks is my question.
Yeah, everybody, you go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest $15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs?
But why do you need incentives if you already have that much money? Why do you need the incentive? Why are the taxpayers having to pay the taxes and you're getting a tax break for bringing it here? It's not like you're giving like tens of thousands and thousands of jobs. No. Why? No.
That's what it takes.
Jobs which people could be getting, but they're not.
I have to go raise $15 billion.
Well,
That's just
okay,
the
but
first
anyone who
one.
starts a
Thanks,
business,
Mom.
why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
Every business has to raise money. Every business has to use their own resources to make it happen. So why should you be subsidized by taxpayers?
They don't. But
Well, of course they do.
others-
If you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state
Hey,
budget.
that's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
No, but why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving them equity in the company? Are you giving taxpayers shares?
No, the investors get the shares. But here's why they would do
But
it.
why would the taxpayers have to?
Well,
I mean, in other words,
I'm
if you
Something tells me this is BlackRock funded. Something tells me this is BlackRock funded, and they're not going to say it.
No, the investors get the shares. But here's why they would do
But
it.
why would the taxpayers have to?
Well,
I mean,
I'm
in other words, if
telling
you
you
want to
why.
start a business, but why?
I just love though is the link below. The comments in this video are like, why are you having me agree with Tucker? Why am I having to agree with Tucker? Because Tucker right here is right. Why am I having to give you these tax breaks? Why are we having to give you subsidies to build here when like there's no benefit for the taxpayer? You want to talk about, oh, well, AI is great for the world and it's doing this and it's doing that. No, you got all the funds, you got all the time and money in the world. Fund it yourself. You don't. Why are we getting involved with the tax breaks and the incentives? And that doesn't make any sense to me at all. It doesn't make sense to a lot of other people out there. And I'm glad Tucker's calling it out because what Kevin O'Leary, what he's trying to do is build this like damn near mini city. Granted, I'll give him credit. It's out in the middle of nowhere. I'll give him that. It's not in the middle of Nashville. But at the end of the day, what's the like? Why? I'm so over these fucking AI. Be sure to subscribe. I have another video coming out talking about AI slop. Like everyone using AI for every little thing and the world. And who this reminds me of my other video. Again, subscribe. I'm so thankful for this job. I love it so much. I have another video coming out about how all the major cities are blending into one city. They all look alike. They're all like becoming the same vibe due to these firms putting in the same restaurants, same buildings, same hotels. It's getting a little bit much. I'm talking about that too, but I'm so tired of AI in general. Just like, why?
They don't need.
To be honest, I'm not surprised there's people out there that are essentially tired of AI. In a way, I can somewhat feel a little bit fatigued out from it personally. There's only a reason why I still have a little form of defense, specifically for people that are essentially using it in their homes and essentially, the small portion of it. There has to be some form of valid defense for it, but there's also parts about AI that shouldn't be defended, namely how people are essentially using it. AI, and I still maintain when it first rolled onto the scene, that there is some great uses that could come out of AI, but it needs to be regulated. Because like I said, it takes one dumb fuck to create Skynet, and look what's happened. A bunch of dumb fucks are creating Skynet. I warned about this happening, and you didn't listen. I wouldn't be surprised if it's involving BlackRock. Yeah? Ban the stock market. Ban the stock market! Let's go crash it like Rage Against the Machine did! Okay. I'm gonna stop. I mean, hell, BlackRock at one point bought up all the houses on the market a few years ago. They buy almost everything. If there's any kind of company that's essentially public, I know BlackRock will essentially try to get their hands on it. They tried essentially doing the same thing with, different games. They even bought like a small share in Hololive when they went public. I wouldn't be surprised if they started buying shares of Discord when they essentially went public. They're essentially everywhere, and it sucks that they're everywhere. I know for the most part, anytime I talk about BlackRock with other people, I usually get the same story. Nobody likes them. Turning houses into like business assets instead of letting people live in it. Yeah? And I think something similar is happening like that in Australia, where we essentially have a problem with the housing market essentially going to Chinese people. And it's not necessarily Chinese people that live in Australia, but it's mainly people that are still in the mainland. But because there is this thing that real estate can do where if you're essentially out of state, you can task someone to buy a house for you and essentially put it up for rent. And essentially what happens is a lot of the houses that are essentially in Australia around the globe are essentially being bought out, and they're going towards Chinese tenants that don't even live in Australia, and they basically rent them out to high prices, with high rent prices. And what happens is a lot of Chinese tenants and probably immigrants usually own it. It's kind of bad, but that's why there's like an active fight, and that's why there's a housing crisis going on in particular, because there's a bit of an overabundance going on in regards to that, because it's not going towards, people that live in Australia and things like that. 2026, and we still don't have sentient robots. Hello, Mr. Sentient Robot here. Hi, how's it going? I know why that's happening with the fast food chains and stuff. Well, the fast food chains thing is entirely a different thing, at least from what I see. It's not even creating Skynet. We're too busy making AI slop. I think you misunderstand, 34. We are essentially creating Skynet. You would not be fussed if the government essentially started experimenting with AI to essentially do the work for them when it comes to geopolitical stuff. Nah, you're a digital robot. Shut the fuck up. I am sentient. I am sentient human. The 80s and 90s would be very disappointed. I mean, look at me. I lived in the 2000s, and even I think this is disappointing. Wait, that's a thing over there? Unfortunately, it is. Unfortunately, it is. We don't have hover bikes to fight cars yet. To be fair, they've tried experimenting with hoverboards at one point, but I think after the Back to the Future day craze ended, they just stopped. Which is sad, because I want to see hoverboards. I want to see like actual hoverboards going around. And the future we could have had.
A data center the size of a small city to store your ChatGPT queries about how to bake a cookie.
Fair.
True.
You don't need 40,000 acres for that. You need 40,000 acres to build better prediction engines, to store more information on people. They are collecting as much information on you as possible. They already know more about you than you know about yourself.
Yeah. We already know like how much data we've given to these phones, to our computers, and our email and all that. I get that. So on one end of the argument, you can say, well, they already have it. But on the other, why give them more? Why are we just like surrendering ourselves to this AI and giving it so much power and access? And admittedly, we honestly don't have to. There's ways to go around it. There's ways to amp up on your security online. There's ways to navigate a world where we're not just like funneling money into the pockets of all these people behind AI and these data centers and all the tracking and just everything around it, right? There's ways to get around it. But this is one of the main reasons why people are against it, because it's nothing but a giant box holding all your data. I mean, duh, it's a data center, Amir, but like, you with me. We just here chatting. It's like a FaceTime call. That's all it is. And people hate that.
Guys, I'm going to let
I will say, I think the sad reality is that we'll always find ways around it, but it's also a yin and yang situation where AI data centers will find a way to still try to get your data. They will still try to find a way to essentially get everything they can about you. Like kind of what's happening right now with the age verification stuff and things like that. They want to essentially have control over what you see online. And the thing is, it's not just companies doing this, it's the governments are essentially doing this. And a lot of the politicians in government are being lobbied by the corporations to make this happen. And it's a pretty sad reality at the end of the day. China is trying to make laws on their flying vehicles, so 2030, the US will have all that. Doing all this work just to cover up the Epstein files. Oh man, it's so true. I remember there was, I think there was a VPN company that was, that apparently had like the uncensored version of the Epstein files, and then I think it was actually the US government. Essentially, they had a problem with that, and they wanted to essentially track them down. I remember showing that to Fowles at one point, and we both found it weird. I think the problem with the Epstein files is that, the problem with the Epstein files in particular is how they essentially decided to release it. They released it in stages. Instead of just releasing the whole thing for the whole world to see, no preparations, nothing, that's it. They kind of released it in stages where it's like, one document at a time. This next document, and then this other document after that. They kind of released it in stages, so you kind of have to wonder what data was altered in those particular files before it was released them. Realistically, with how long the government has had them, there's absolutely no way we can trust them. That's also the issue too. Because of how they essentially released it too, it's almost hard to take it at face value. We can read it as much as we can, but compared to something like the grooming gang report that was released from the UK, where there could be at least some validity of truth in that, since it was only one document, compared to something like the Epstein files, it's almost hard to take the Epstein files at face value because you have to wonder how much of it was altered before they released it. They absolutely do. There are so many of that they straight up say they will use our personal info to train their AI. Instagram was just trying to do that recently too. I did recently see something about that, and I think because of the backlash, they had to back down. But the truth is similar with what Discord's doing right now with their age verification stuff, where they'll try to push it towards all countries. They're going to try again. I think their directive is to make sure that people are essentially getting tired of complaining about the same thing over and over again. They'll give them leeway to go, okay, people are tired about this, let's go push it. Oh shit, sorry about that. Fucking phone. But yeah. The way I view it is that they're trying to protect the politicians that are strong assets, and I hate that. Unfortunately, that is the case. I think as of right now, Prince Charles is still in power.
Nutrition. And my company that I work for, their bread and butter is going to become data centers over the next decade. We already have a large foothold.
I've seen a lot of this. I've seen a lot of electricians talk about how all their work that they're doing is being funneled to data centers, and they're just building it and building it and building it. And there's some people that are like, you know what, I'm standing against this, and there's others saying, no, I want that bread, I'm gonna go work on it.
For the last 5 years, I've worked at projects like our international airport, our stock show center, our I'm blanking right now. This is the one that I'm on right now. Our fairgrounds. And I've been all good with that. But the next project that we're going to, that they want to send me to, is a massive data center. And I just, maybe 3 years ago, would have been completely fine with that. Even a year ago. But the more that I look into the impact that these data centers are going to have, not only on the people around there and the energy bill costs, but also just our water, just the carbon footprint of these places is insane. And the fact that all of these data centers are being built for AI, I do not stand behind that. I do not use AI for anything. And that wasn't the case a year ago. I was jazzed about AI. I thought it was sweet. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized this is not the future that I want to give my daughter.
Yeah. This is AI slop future, just a world full of factories and data centers and just people doing nothing but staring at a screen. Which, ironic, screen, camera, screen, like they're all around me. But
Hello.
it's a little bit different, you know? It is. YouTube's been around for forever. This type of vibe, commentary, TV, whatever. It's a little bit different. I'm just always being aware of the things that I'm saying. That felt a little bit hypocritical. But I get what he's saying by you're moving towards this AI world, and no one wants that. We're to the point now you have electricians taking a stand and be like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to help build this. I don't want to use AI and have live in this world, which that brings me to another point, honestly, because I've had a good conversation with my buddy who he's never used ChatGPT to this day. He's never used any of these things, and he's so against it. Where for me, I think there's a good middle ground of AI helping you, but there's too many people allowing AI to be them. There's two examples. There could be a YouTuber going to AI saying, hey, I need you to organize these video ideas and then give me like recommended titles, versus here's video ideas, create me the scripts, give me AI created B-roll, give me everything I need, and I'll film. That's terrifying. That's fake. That's crazy to me. Using it for little stuff, oh, what's this recipe? How can I come? Using it like Google, that makes sense to me. But using it to work, no. That's a bit much. Using it to work is crazy. Using it like Google makes sense, it's fine. Always been fine, you know? Sure, we got rid of encyclopedias or whatever, but like, whatever. Nowadays, how people are using it? No. It is excessive, and people have a problem with it, and it's kind of cool to see even electricians take a stand up against this and say, no, I don't want any part of this. Let me know in the comments below if you're on that vibe too, where you're completely against AI if you've never even used it to begin with.
So let me get this straight.
That's kind of why you really have to look at it from a technical perspective. And that's kind of why I've been somewhat defensive of the use of it in the workforce, because there are good uses of it. The problem is more so the people that are essentially making these things. It's really not a fault of the AI itself. It's more so a fault of the people essentially developing these particular AIs and how excessive they're essentially going with it. That's always been my issue with it. That's always been my issue with the use of corporatized AI. And I personally am not a fan of that. If they made the AI just accessible to everybody, where essentially everybody could have it, usually there could be a million different ways it could go. But I feel like it would be a different reality compared to what's happening right now, when a lot of private, greedy companies are essentially doing shit like this. That's my mindset 100%.
Data centers are being...
And I'm glad we essentially agree on that. But I think what's also pretty cool is if we disagree on something, I'd rather have a point where we essentially disagree on something, but still have a friendly relation. I think that in of itself is something important to maintain, which is why there's a lot of pushback against those that essentially want to end people's careers and also kill people just for having a dissenting opinion. I struggle to think about how you could regulate it without trampling on the individual's rights to use it for personal use. Like I said, it's going to be a very uphill battle. I think, personally, if in a situation like this, there's a couple different sides I think we should consider. For one, what is the company using the AI for? That's probably the first question to ask. The second question would be, why do you need why do you need many of these centers to do one specific job, for example? Who is this meant to be for? And regulations. Are you making sure that you are not damaging things around you by building these particular centers, like also what's happening right now with the water? And then if there's issues that are found from asking a particular subset of questions, usually from that point, that's when you should look towards suing the companies that are essentially doing it. But I also wouldn't be surprised if there are companies essentially trying to buy the courts, because that can essentially happen.
Built against our will, whether we like it or not, and you can't go outside and take a walk without noticing the pollution all around us. And you're constantly reminded that there will be no clean drinking water left for the next generation or two. And you can't go on Instagram or Twitter or TikTok to see what other people have to say about it, because everything is just AI bots or CIA agents commenting things saying everything's great, everything's fine, you don't need to worry about it, don't worry about it. And it's like, okay, whatever.
It reminds me of the way he said that. It kind of reminds me of that one clip from South Park where this police officer essentially just comes out of his car and he's like, "Okay, people, move along. There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here." That character is just that, and that's my favorite. If I do a video edit, I actually want to include that clip.
AI bots or CIA agents commenting things saying everything's great, everything's fine, you don't need to worry about it, don't worry about it. And it's like, okay, whatever, well maybe I can buy a new gaming PC, fucking play video games until my sorrows melt away. No, we can't do that either. You know why? Because the AI data centers that are making your life hell in the first place are making the parts you need to make a gaming PC cost 17 times the amount they cost in the first fucking place.
Okay, it stressed me out. I can't. Don't go insane. It's okay to be upset at this, But you have to control the controllable. You have to sit back and look, okay, can I devise a plan and talk to my local committees? Can I use AI less? Can I be more aware of how my data is being taken? Yes. But do not spiral out of control. You will lose yourself in this shit. You will. You will. It to a certain point, you can spiral down to anything. They even like this damn Charlie Kirk hearing. Have a video coming out about that. You can drive yourself in.
Oh boy. I will admit I have not listened to a thing yet about that. That's probably going to be something I'll have to look at in my own time. I don't think I'll make a stream about that, but that's something I'll have to look at in my own time.
Insane. I mean, it said I'm going insane. You can drive yourself down a rabbit hole that it's going to be so hard to dig yourself out of. As much as this AI can be bothersome, as much as you may be against data centers, as much as you may be against AI, control the controllable, focus on your life. Do what you can to get yourself to a healthy place. Then dive back into it with a healthy mind, healthier mind. But if you just get lost in it, you won't go anywhere. You won't do.
But also, he's right. If you start going insane and you're basically going rabid, you're essentially going to start feeling as if the only thing that's going to satisfy it is chaos. If anybody remembers The Dark Knight, there was a quote by the Joker where he essentially said, when you upset the established order and everything becomes chaos. Anarchy and chaos is Joker's game. If this particular situation starts making people go a lot more crazy, where they'll start they'll start feeling like, okay, you know what? They're taking everything from us. Maybe it's time we just start rioting the city and taking our city back. That's going to create a whole lot of problems altogether. Chaos reigns supreme. No, Crusader, don't. No, we can't lose you. We can't lose you to the LA riots. Oh God. Sorry about that. I'm okay. But essentially, just take a step back. Because there's always some active steps that you can essentially do about this. And right now, there is still an open fight by different communities to essentially fight this war. And I do like that. I do like that that is actually a thing.
When they just get blackpilled, you expect things not to change. You expect things to just further into shit, then so be it. But the slaves had that same mindset, but the world changed. That's what I always go back down to. I'm just looking I just look around life like, oh, I am my ancestors' dream. I look around life like, damn, they couldn't even fathom the world they were living in today. And I know that's the same for the future. But with that being said, that's why I'm not spiraling down a tunnel. Me spiraling out of control is not going to get us anywhere.
You can't go into work without talking to a coworker about everything that's going on in the world with AI and all this bullshit, and then you open up your email, and it's an email from your employer being like, here's some ways you can incorporate ChatGPT to make your work-life balance better. And it's not about your work-life balance. It's about replacing you. But it's fine, right? Because we can make funny videos in Sora. You are making everything worse every time you use ChatGPT or Sora or anything. I don't mean to sound like a party pooper here, but you are making everything worse when you contribute to that. And I know a lot of people who use those things don't care because their daddy paid for their tuition, their daddy paid for their housing, their daddy paid for this, that. These are the kinds of people who are telling you not to worry about it. But I warn you, Daddy's not gonna be around to pay for everything forever. One day you're gonna need a job. One day you're gonna need a house. One day you're gonna need a planet.
Yeah, look, there's a value.
Look, I know I need a job, but nobody's giving me anything right now, so I'm just stuck here. The day I finally get a job is when I can basically just relax. But until then, I have to keep doing this. I have to make sure I succeed.
Concerns too. I think again it goes back to using ChatGPT, using these AI as a Google more than to work for you. And I fall into that too, where I have used it to like help me out with brainstorming a different app or different idea, or help me generate different ways to relay something. I'll be honest, I have, but I won't anymore because this is bad. This is not good. It's not good. And there's a lot of jobs being replaced right now. There is a lot of AI.
And maybe mentally unhinged, but I hate that mentally unhinged.
And it's draining. It's draining, especially when you're being replaced. I think Ford, I'll put it up if I'm correct. I think Ford fired people for AI. They had to hire them back because the AI didn't know what they was doing. That's embarrassing. Again, I'm all for you implementing AI.
Oh no, I know what he's talking about. There was a story, I don't know if it was Ford, actually. There was a company that essentially, they had AI track through which companies were essentially not doing the best. And the AI actually ended up getting some data wrong, and they managed to fire over 800 employees via automated emails or something like that. They found out that some people who were essentially fired ended up being included by the AI because it made mistakes, and they did not even bother to check that. So they had to hire those people back because of that clerical error. That's kind of an example of why, if you use AI to basically rely on everything for you, you're going to make a mistake. The AI needs human input in order for it to be at least, be somewhat accurate. If you're not going to have any human input, it's going to make sense there's going to be a lot more clerical errors. We know that companies are putting out ghost hirings now, so yeah. I will say when I found that out, I was pissed. I was pissed because it explains so much.
In a very small way, like a Google to help you work past something, but to actually work is not okay, and ultimately leading to maybe a replacement. I don't know. Guys, this gets dark. It really does. This is why people are just saying F the data centers, F AI, F it all completely. Bring us back to a world before all this happened. Yeah, I can see why.
My hope is this can be a example for the world where the world can benefit incredibly from AI out of a data center like this, and the local community can be thrilled with the decision. We know how complex of a project this is. We know what the current attitude towards data centers in the world is, and I'll come back to this, but I think we can make this a great example for the future. But this is a huge bet, and this is something that is not an easy project. Hopefully someday we'll all read about some incredible thing AI has done for society.
No, there's people that don't want any part of this. That's like a dystopian ass speech. We're gonna look back and be so thankful for AI and what it's done. It can and has done some cool things for society, and I understand there's different levels of AI. Like there's AI and YouTube's algorithms that led you to watch this video. Cool, whatever. But again, in terms of on the grand scale, it coding itself, working for itself, doing all these different things, I don't know where this leads us. But I know at the bare minimum, I know this whole data center conversation, if we're gonna move forward with AI, then we need to work together. Because what's happening now, and I know in this speech, Sam Altman, this is the ChatGPT dude, he's trying to advocate working together. It's not. Y'all flooding communities, going up near zoos, being super loud, light pollution. You're doing all these negative things that's not working together. You're already replacing people's jobs. Now you're starting to replace people's communities. People don't want that. So let me know in the comments below where you...
The thing is, YouTube's AI is fucking ass. I mean, yes, it is, unfortunately. I think even Twitch, I think Discord has also started experimenting with AI. And they had that old thing with the grid where if you post a grid image, the AI will think it was CP or something like that, and they would basically ban you for that. I know when the whole chat control thing was essentially passed, it's close to being passed through the Europe Union. When I saw all that, I was like, where were they to the party now? Companies have already started experimenting with the whole chat control thing. It's already trying to become reality, and people will have to essentially either start fighting back or just let it happen.
Stand on this.
The way I see it, I think the future is uncertain when it comes to AI, and the only way we can essentially have some sort of middle ground is if we just start working together to call things out for what they are. But I think it's also more so they're too busy fighting each other on the wrong targets for the wrong intended purposes, and I think that's exactly what they want. That's exactly what these particular companies want. They know people are going to be essentially a lot stupid in not seeing what the actual target is. But I think it's also why, for people like us, we have to at least educate people on that.
Jobs. Now you're starting to replace people's communities. People don't want that. So let me know in the comments below where you stand on this issue. Or do you live near a data center? Is it actually crazy in these videos that we've...
Unfortunately, someone in my family is going to be working in one of those AI data centers. Personally, I still feel very conflicted, considering my own personal feelings on it. But yeah, that's kind of where we are with that. But that was actually a pretty interesting insight into it. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I have to quickly go to the bathroom real quick. A robot needs to filter out some stuff real quick. I will be right back, and then we got like a few more things to go over, and then we'll probably play a game after this. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. God damn it, Files. It's fine. It's a special toilet.
Yeah, there it is, the gay bomb. Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what they're... What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break. You think I'm like, shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Serious crap. I'm sick of being social engineered. It's not funny.
God, why is there so much talk about... Oh my God, guys, listen, I'm a special robot. I'm not gonna pollute the water. I have a special toilet. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna pollute the water. I'm not gonna kill anybody like the data centers are doing. Hold on, where's the now do the gay frog song. All right, fine, we're doing the song.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
What were you about to say, Crusader? Were you about to say gay frogs?
I'm going to say it real slow for you.
No, not involving gay. No, not involving gay frogs. Slow. Actually, speaking of Alex Jones, I don't know if anybody has actually seen. There is actually a thing called Alex Jones Metal. And there's like a bunch of different projects out there where they essentially turn Alex Jones metal. There's like so many of them out there. This one in particular. There's like a couple I want to show that are actually my favorite. There's like this one, for example, from Andres. I do watch a lot of music channels.
Mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only like 11 people alive of the 200-something crew, and the entire ship was rotting down to the waterline. That's destiny. That's will. That's striving. That's being a trailblazer and explorer. Going into space. Mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty. It's incredible detail. Tuning into it. They want to shatter your mind. Talking about Justin Bieber. It's pure evil. They're taking your intellect, your soul, and giving you Michael Jordan and Bieber. Unlock your human potential. Defeat the globalists who want to shatter your mind. Your doorway to perception. I want to see you truly live. I want to see you truly be who you are.
The ironic part, he was correct about the frogs. Wait, he really was, like, many years later. There's actually another one that's there's actually another Alex Jones metal that's like my favorite. Wait, which was it? Was it this one? No, it was this one. Wait, where is it? Wait, is this the one? Oh wait, no, it was oh, there it was. Stop being nice. Where is it? I think it's this one.
They start talking, and maybe we don't get. But once we get you to accept gates 3, then we get after that. Oh, the interdimensional gates open. Give me their blood.
Oh yeah, this was the one.
The human must be eradicated. The planet is ours. I mean, I've even seen them. And you're like, whoa, dude. I mean, they're like shooting.
Because like the different parts that Alex Jones made on his podcast, where he's like doing like the, you could like take a billion of those sounds and just make a whole metal song out of them, and the result is this.
Chopping arms and legs off big levers. That's what this is. That's all it is. Just stabbing yourself with ice picks. They finally get to the point where they just rip their eyeballs out, chop their genitals off, and start stabbing themselves like, will you serve and kill me? Ah, Satan! Kill Satan. Kill your babies. Because I get power, and the demon rewards me. Kill Satan. Just start like, you know, Satan comes from. I like
This is low-key actually funny as fuck. That's why I love it. I haven't listened to this in a while, but when I first saw these, it was so funny.
I love the children. We're gonna run the arts in Nickelodeon, and MTV's gonna teach your children how to worship Satan. Hail Satan. How to wear teeth around the neck. How to cut yourself. Cut yourself. Cut yourself for Satan. Hail Satan. And there's nothing you
That line about Nickelodeon aged really poorly.
so liberal. Hail Satan. Kill your babies. Because I get power and the demon rewards me. Hail Satan. Just start. You don't say things are tongues tonight. I like it. Hail Satan. Weird abortion doctors will come out and like talk like demons. No, I will kill the children. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Slap their bitch in the face and then they go and have sex in their car. I mean, these people are out of hell. That sex with me is so awesome. It's a liberal. Hail Satan. So sexually gyrating around and feeling so good because they never felt so satanic. Ow. Hail Satan.
And there's a whole bunch of different albums and song parodies out there that are like this. It's so cool. Well, anyways, now that we've gone past that, let's talk about another thing that I saw recently. On Twitter, I actually saw this before I went live, and essentially, this guy had a full Google Drive. Sorry, give me a second. So this Twitter user Joshua Kane, he had like a OneDrive which had like a bunch of stuff that he imported to the cloud, and essentially Microsoft one day, he said, Microsoft deleted my account and OneDrive after acknowledging that I'm the owner of the account and it was compromised. 25 fucking years of data, thousands of euros spent on games, my son's baby pictures, gone. Which is kind of all because Microsoft couldn't bring back a compromised account. One of the biggest companies ever couldn't do that, so they just deleted that shit like it was nothing. Fucking shame on you. There is a kind of two sides to this thing, where it's like, for one, yes, that does suck. Though, on the other hand, you really should not be trusting cloud services. Personally, I don't know if to fully believe this, TBH. To be honest, I can personally see this potentially happening because it can happen. As we'll go over with a news report that I found in the comments of this video, of this tweet. And essentially, I could potentially see this happening, but on the other hand, why would you keep everything onto your cloud? For me, personally speaking, it always helps to just have, as many backups as you can. If you're going to put it on the cloud, at least make sure you also put it in a NAS server or on your on a hard drive of yours, essentially, which has everything. I would personally, for me, if I had something important, like as if my son's baby pictures, for example, I'd want to make sure that I have many copies of that as possible, or I'd personally keep it offline. Offline in the sense where I'll just keep it on like a hard drive, and that's really all I need. And I just and at some point in the future, I'll probably get like another hard drive and I'll back it up on that one again and create as many backups as possible. So there is some stupidity involved here for this personally. Also, he actually does respond here. For everyone that comes in with a shitty comment that it's all on me, even though the security could be tighter from my side, lessons are learned. It bothers me the most that Microsoft says that they cannot recover my account and suspended it. That part I think is personally fair. I do think that it's pretty shitty. I do think that it's pretty shitty that they're basically like, oh you did that? Too bad. You're not gonna get your account back after that. I think that's pretty silly personally. As we essentially, and it seems Xbox support has reached out Xbox support, funnily enough. Now, why this is important is because of this particular news report right here from Windows Central. Xbox fan successfully sues Microsoft for blocking his entire digital games library in what could be a huge win for consumer rights. After Sony announced that it's delisting over 500 movies from user accounts with no refunds, discontinuing physical discs for PlayStation games, and closing down PlayStation 3 and PS Vita's digital stores, people are increasingly skeptical of making all media digital only. Brazilian Xbox gamer Ordo Liberal also found this out the hard way, as back in April 6th via Reddit, his Microsoft account was hacked and promptly suspended by Microsoft as its IT determined it was unrecoverable by policy due to the account security details being changed by the hacker. This isn't for the first time we've seen reports of this at Windows Central. Microsoft's policies for restoring accounts are often incredibly flimsy. Getting in touch with the right support services can be a Kafka-esque nightmare for AI bots and outsourced customer service layers. As a result of being blocked, Ordo Liberal not only lost his Xbox games, but also lost all his OneDrive files. So, to add insult to injury, not only did he lose his Xbox games library, he loses his OneDrive files, which I'm assuming there's probably some less important stuff on there. Well, maybe there was also some important stuff on there. But again, why would you store your important stuff on a OneDrive only and just not petition to start calling cloud storage soft drives? That is a fucking quote. That is a fucking quote. Now, enraged that Microsoft took away his games library and insisted that he buy them again, Ordo Liberal sued Microsoft in a digital library lawsuit, and the court case had dragged on until July 12, 2026, which was about 4 days ago at this point, when Ordo Liberal announced on Reddit that he had actually won the case. According to the translated comments, the Brazilian court had ruled in favor of Ordo Liberal under Brazil's strict consumer laws, and has ordered Microsoft to completely restore Ordo Liberal's account, giving him his entire Xbox digital games library back and pay him $400 in damages. Hey, Nanolus, you see this? You see this, Nanolus? Digital preservation of games has become quite a hot topic in recent days, following Sony's culling of physical media to the point where some would argue that piracy is the only extant form of media preservation due to no viable legal option being available. However, Ordo Liberal's court win against Microsoft for taking away his digital library for something that wasn't his fault proves that it is possible to find a legal means to protect and preserve digital games, and a player's ownership rights over them, provided that they have the courage, legal know-how, and careful planning to do so. The European Union is also taking a more aggressive stance on digital preservation lately, which I do not fucking trust them over that. As more and more of our games data goes up to cloud services, consumers are becoming increasingly aware of the consequences when companies like PlayStation and Xbox pull the plug. Honestly, it's scary to think that Xbox and Sony are going digital only, but thankfully from when I last heard, Xbox isn't doing that at least anytime soon. I think it was announced that they are still going to be doing it, but they essentially found a way to essentially convert. They're also now announcing a physical feature where you can convert your physical games into digital. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it because I think physical media is something that should be maintained. But I also see the other side of it as to why they're essentially doing it. But I also think it's really fucking stupid for them to do that. I'm going to start getting ready for work. I'll try not to catch this last hour or less. I'll try not to catch the last hour or less of your streams. Okay, no worries, Sai. Thanks for coming. The fact that they won an international lawsuit is what impresses me. I mean, it's pretty impressive. But like I said, you see this, Nanolus? You see this? Huh? You see this? I'm not... I think it's pretty interesting. But in seriousness, I think it's pretty interesting that an international lawsuit was done here and they actually won that. Which means it can be done. Is Nanolis Brazilian? Yes. Yes, she is. Yes, Nanolis is from Brazil. I believe she still lives in Brazil. I could be mistaken. But yeah, that essentially happened. There's also this particular news. Fun diversion. Snoozy from SVA, she's also Australian. This happened to her graphics card. That's a bad day. How does that happen, though? Like, how does that happen where the cooling fan for the GPU just splits like that? Oh, man, that's a bad day. And apparently, because previously she was streaming at one point and she had to basically stop because of this particular sound. Right, let's have a listen.
Uh-oh. 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 Stop. Stop that. Why are you doing this? No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No. Please stop. No. No. Oh. Oh dear.
When you hear a graphics card fan making that noise, you know you know it's in trouble.
It's not stopping. Please stop.
Please stop. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I'm sorry, Snoozy, but that was kind of funny the way that you were reacting. But I also kind of get that it is pretty scary. And especially considering the fact that this is what's happened to the GPU graphics card fan. Oh, that's a bad day. I'm guessing this is NVIDIA? Because if it is NVIDIA, holy fucking shit. Unfortunately, that means she'll now have to replace that graphics card. Because if I'm not mistaken, if something like this breaks, you can probably get like a warranty to essentially replace it. But if it's past warranty, yeah, she has to buy an entirely new graphics card, which is pretty bad. But anyways, I think we got two more things here. This one's not important. This one's from Chibi Reviews. Important news. People will look you dead in the eyes and say this isn't something to worry about. YouTube takes down political discussion clip discussing EU's chat control. Age verification is just a tool to silence everyone and invade your privacy. YouTube warned a week ago that the UK will be forcing their mainstream news to appear on top of the algorithm. This will very likely happen in the EU soon too. It's propaganda to censor the entire platform and hurt indie creators with the algorithm change. Remind me again how this is helping kids. Obviously it's not. And essentially it's referring to this other guy that put out a tweet where there was a video that was released, I think, a year ago on February 4th, 2025. And it was basically from a Finnish channel where they were discussing about the EU's chat control laws that they're trying to essentially pass, which kept getting rejected over and over again. Until at one point they decided to announce a new vote when a lot of different MEPs were on vacation. And essentially it says this. YouTube has just taken down the political discussion clip about the EU's chat control, and the video is no longer viewable in the EU. This has been confirmed by several parties, and the video is still available outside of the EU. The podcast, I apologize, I can't pronounce this name. The podcast is a Finnish current affairs program with 60K subscribers, and in this episode, Peter Sund, CEO of the Finnish Information Security Cluster, offered pointed criticism of the EU's new chat control directive, which was enacted under questionable circumstances. Because the media is in Finnish, it is highly likely the censorship request came from a Finnish government official or a related party. This makes it troublesome because the Finnish Constitution 12 guarantees freedom of expression. Sorry. Preventing political publications is a criminal offense, abuse of official position, punishable by a fine or imprisonment for up to 2 years. So it is in Finnish law where you can't essentially prevent a publication related to something in politics. It would be considered a criminal offense, and an abuse of that position would either result in a fine or an imprisonment for up to 2 years. The links for the podcast is available through Spotify and YouTube. Let me just go quickly find the original. Okay, so it's this account right here, right? Where is it? Right here. So here's the actual video here. Anybody can watch it if they wish. The YouTube link is, anybody can watch it if they wish. They can see the title right here. We're not going to go over this particular video because, oh my god, it's 2 hours long. But anyways. And finally, to end things off on the tech news section, there's now, Pirate Nation essentially came up with this new tweet. I haven't found the official source for it. I haven't looked for the official source for it yet, but this one's actually really interesting. A new UK study has raised concerns about how teenage boys are using AI companion apps. Researchers surveyed more than 1,000 boys aged 12 to 16 from 37 schools and found that around 1 in 5 either had an AI girlfriend or knew someone their age who did. The study also found that 85% had used an AI chatbot, 43% used AI to ask questions they were too embarrassed to ask someone else. 26% said they preferred the attention away from AI companions over real-life relationships. 36% said they sometimes preferred talking to AI instead of friends or family. Experts say AI companions could give young people unrealistic ideas about relationships because the bots are designed to always be supportive, agree with the user, and be available whenever needed. This is honestly pretty interesting because it kind of reminds me a little bit about the discussion that happened with people in Japan being preferential over 2D anime women as opposed to real-life relationships, which is like that whole otaku culture, which is kind of what this reminds me of a little bit. Or at least that connection is sort of there. So I think it's actually really interesting if this is considered true, but this is something on the side that I'd like to bring up. And hey, considering we have our very own AI overlord, Eden, in some ways, we basically have chatters essentially chatting with a quote-unquote AI companion. But realistically, she's not an AI companion. She's a fucking gremlin, and I fucking would slap the shit out of her if she was real. And I think that's it for now. That's about everything on the news side of things. Now it's time to essentially wind down for a little bit. I'm glad people found that funny, essentially. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that. I know that for a little bit there was a little bit of a nice little bit of civil discourse that was essentially happening. I personally like that when people can have a little bit of a civil discourse and it doesn't go haywire. I think personally, to me, that's actually pretty cool. With this in mind, I honestly speaking, after seeing what I'm essentially seeing with the AI data centers, for example, it's scary. I can fully admit it is pretty scary. And I kind of don't like that this is the reality that we are living in. Also, apparently I found out that England essentially lost the World Cup. They lost against Argentina, which is pretty funny. I know one of my friends was supporting England because they're from England. And essentially finding out that they lost, I was like, ouch, they really did jinx you. I mean, it was kind of going to be a close battle from here. I wasn't really rooting for either side. I was like, hey, this could go either way. Now the final is going to be, the fact that we talked about that too this morning. So true. I think the way I see it, okay, so it looks like the finals is going to be Argentina versus Spain. Personally, I'm kind of rooting for Spain, personally. And there's going to be a third place match between France and England. So that's personally pretty cool. But yeah, I think we're going to play some, I think I feel like playing a retro game, honestly. I was kind of wondering which game I should play today. And I was kind of thinking about it, and I was like, yeah, I kind of want to play a retro game today. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering what game we should play for this one. Actually, I think I know which game we should play. First thing I gotta do is launch my, launch some stuff. Rivals? The thing is, I have to update Rivals, and it's not even updated. The updates for Rivals are so big. I swear to God. I kind of don't understand why they have to be so big. Why they can't, downsize it like Helldivers essentially did. Even though I barely played Helldivers myself. Let's see. What do I have in terms of games? Let's see. What do I have for games today? Ooh, considering it's a tech stream, I know what to do. Okay, I think I know which game we're gonna play. I just have to make sure I find my ROM file for it. Normally, I would be playing something like the new Pokemon Orange ROM that I essentially found. Actually, speaking of Pokemon, I have to complete my run of... I have to essentially complete my run of... what is it? Sorry. Something's wrong with my ear. Nothing bad nothing bad, thankfully. But I'm thinking about because I have to complete my run of I have to essentially complete my run of Moemon. Because I remember I started playing that. Shit, you remind me, I need to re-download all my ROMs and ROM hacks I had before I had to restart my PC a few weeks ago. Oh no! That's fucking sacks, man. Honestly, so fucking sacks. Yes, it's right here. Alright, I found it. Alright, let's launch this. Alright, let's launch my game screen. Alright, hold on. Thanks, pals. I didn't tell, I think, but I told Torn, but my PC got gotten hacked, sadly, so I had to do a factory. Ah, fuck. I hate it when that happens. It was a long time ago. What happened was I tried finding a 3DS emulator for my computer at one point, and the sad thing was it was a school computer. And essentially what happened was I downloaded a 3DS emulator and I tried playing it on there, but it turned out to be a virus. And essentially what happened was that computer ended up getting infected and a couple of things got corrupted. So unfortunately, I had to end up formatting that PC and then reinstalling everything all over again. It was after that I was now careful about what I download online. Also, I completely forgot to tell you, I love your VTuber mod. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. This model's got like a lot of pretty cool features, and technically there's some more things I want to do with this model. Oh wait, I have to get the game audio. Oops. Wait, why is it so quiet? I forgot how quiet this game. I forgot how I made this. How quiet I made this emulator. There we go. Meanwhile, I'm stuck as a PNG. Well, the thing is, there is actually a lot of pretty good options out there for models, and even some customizable ones. Whether it's AI or whether it's like handmade, there have been some pretty good options out there. Also, this particular game's in Japanese, but I already know how this particular game works. Also, I don't think I've ever done a Picross stream. Picross is actually one of my favorite puzzle games, especially when I was playing it in the Game Boy many years ago. Okay, so I actually know how this game works, thankfully. Alright, no hint please. Alright, so this is A. I actually did not know you could do that. I wonder how many people here are familiar with Picross. For those who don't know, now you're essentially seeing it. But essentially what I have to do is that there's these coordinates on the left and numbers on the top. And essentially from what you can see, I have to essentially follow the numbers in a specific pattern somewhere on the board. So like for example, I have to fill up 15 spaces here. So essentially what I have to do is I have to fill up the entire board. Now, sometimes that's not always the case, where sometimes I have to essentially fill up certain pieces of the board. So like for example, for over here, I have to fill up 8. So this means I have to fill up over 8 spaces, and then after that, I have to essentially stop, and then over here, I have to create 4 spaces. So because I created 15 over here, I have to create 4 spaces over here, and then if I complete that, that line is complete. And sometimes the numbers can range from like one number of spaces you have to fill, to 2 numbers of spaces to fill, to 3 to 4. I think that's like the best explanation I could personally give it. There is technically an English explanation out there on YouTube that I could potentially pull up that essentially explains this better. But that's my personal explanation of the cross. And whenever I'm out on a trip, I essentially play this game a lot because, you know, it's like a fun puzzle game to spend time with when you're essentially not doing anything or if you're feeling bored. I know there's phone versions of it that exist, but what I essentially do is I find a ROM of this particular game and I play it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So like this row is already filled. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, essentially I do that. Now the one thing you have to watch out for is that as you're filling up spaces on one side, you also have to account for the spaces that you have to fill on the top side. So sometimes the space that you end up chiseling may not be the space that you'd want to fill. Like for example right here, if I accidentally hit a space, I lose time. And it can basically increase from 2 to 4 to 8. If the timer over here gets to 0, then my run is over and the game is over, and I have to start from the beginning. And I have to start the puzzle from the beginning. So this is why I have to be essentially careful. So like right here, and as I'm chiseling this, it basically comes together to create a shape. Like for example here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the point of the cross is essentially you're creating a picture. 9, that's done. 10, that's also done. And then 6 over here. And then that's done. 2 over here, cross. Here, 1, 2, and then 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's done. And then over here, 2, 2, and that's it. And that's the first picture done. Oh, sorry, let me get rid of the cursor. You're not supposed to see that's a cursor. That's it's really a Game Boy Color, guys. Now, it's written in Japanese, but I believe this translates to I think it's like nails or something like that. At first, I thought this was a hammer, actually, but I think it might be a nail. And essentially, we go from there to like the next puzzle. This is like the easy version, by the way. So now, see over here, we have like a harder puzzle over here. Usually I have to try to find a starting point. For example, I could go here, and I think do something like this. Okay, see? Starting point. And then I do the same thing over here. There you go, another starting point. And that's usually where you can start. Then you just sort of work backwards from there. The hints essentially help in filling out at least 2 different rows for you. I try not to do that nowadays because I think it's more rewarding when you essentially are learning the puzzle for the first time. You're going to experience failures from time to time. I know over here you can't put 5, so I know over here that's a good start. Ooh, maybe like this? Ah, see? 2, 3, 4, 5. And then over here, that's that particular line done. 3, 4, 5. I need to go get food, Zhee. I'll be back. No worries, Mild. You better be getting some bangers and mash. Here's the thing. Mangoes and mash is the best food. Remember, no Russian. Imam. Wait, you said no Russian? Hold on. Where is that clip? Where is that clip? Oh fuck, I just realized I haven't ate since being up. Oh my god, guys, go get some food! When I was BRB, you should have gotten some food during that point. What are you guys doing? Yeah, hold on. Miles said no Russian, right? Miles said no Russian. Alright, I'm gonna speak some Russian for you guys. I'm sorry, I just wanted to bring up that clip real quick. Alright, I'm done. So let's continue. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That line is essentially done as well. Sir, I'm having a good time, plus I was modding a game, so I got very distracted. What game were you modding, if you don't mind me asking? Let's see. 2, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was trying to mod Fallout New Vegas. Oh, New Vegas? I'll be completely honest. I've never played a single Fallout game. I've heard of the series, but I've actually never played a single series in the Fallout franchise. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. There we go. Okay, now this one's hamuru. So the other one was like nails or something like that. Alright, what do we got next? Let's go this one. Alright, let's go. We got some more stuff here. I think most people wonder why I essentially go towards retro games a lot. I think when it comes down to it, there's always a certain charm when it comes to playing a lot of retro games. You could say it's a nostalgia factor, which is absolutely true. I think you can't deny there is always going to be like a nostalgia factor when you're playing like a retro game. But I think compared to a lot of modern games that are essentially out, it feels fun to play. And it's something that a lot of there's modern games out there which can essentially replicate that feeling. It's like a uphill battle that a lot of modern games have in trying to relive the magic of what these games were able to do back in the day. So that's why I find myself returning a lot to these particular retro games, because they were able to do something that a lot of modern games couldn't, especially in the West, for example. They were able to make the games feel fun. And I think that's missing, especially in a lot of games nowadays. Let's see, 2... This one's 2. Welcome back with food. 2, 3, 4. Four, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Some chips and dips were calling my name. Chips is a lot. I just remember that was like the line from, I think, a Smosh video. Because sometimes on my off time I try to watch like a lot of Smosh. I haven't actually got back into watching a few anime titles. Recently I saw this anime called, it was called The Outcast Restaurant. It was an anime that was released in 2025, and it was basically about an inventor that got ousted from his party, and he opens up a restaurant. And the opening of the series had like a girl that was basically being sold off as a slave, and they were the daughter of a rich family that got banished. The guy, the restaurateur who came to this new town, saw that, and at first he wasn't gonna care about it that much, but he saw that there was no light in that particular girl's eyes, and it reminded him of himself from many years ago when he went through a similar situation. And it was because of that he decided to buy the slave, which her name was Atelier. Yes, Atelier, the same Atelier that was the title from the Atelier Ryza series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he basically gave them a new life. They're now able to live free, and they decided to, and she was hungry, so he decided to cook them a simple meal, and it was fried rice, egg fried rice, and the food was so delicious to her that she finished the whole thing, and literally the next thing after that, she starts crying. And it kind of goes to show that food can be essentially a very great avenue to just, like, similar with games, food can essentially work in helping you get to not have to essentially think about any troubles that are ailing you right now. It was a really feel-good series. I managed to finish the whole series, and it only has 1 season so far, but I'm hoping there's going to be more, because I personally really like the series. Let's see that. This section's technically done. This one's done. Okay, I see what it's forming. I see what it's forming. This one's also done. Oh, shit. I fucked that up. Sounds fun. I want to give it a watch after I finish The Lord of Mysteries. I've actually heard a lot about The Lord of Mysteries. I heard it was good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, this is like the only place where 3 can go. 1, 2, here. There we go. There we go. Coffee cup. It says coffee cup. Alright, let's see what else we got. Coffee. We're really bringing back that meme. Are we gonna bring back that meme?
コーヒーのおかわりをください。
Idolic memore. Coffee.
Hold on. Can we get like... Hold on. There is a way I can actually get the YouTube thing to open up. Wait, where is it? There it is. There it is. I haven't gotten far yet. I could host a watch for you if you'd like one of these days. That would be pretty cool. Because I have to do some more watch parties in my Discord or on VR chat.
Coffee. どうしてそこだけいい発音なのよ。グリーンティー。カフェや。グリーンティー。カフェや。グリーンティー。カフェや。カフェや。グリーンティー。カフェや。グリーンティー。カフェや。グリーンティー。
Satsuki.
Man, I forgot how funny this particular meme was back in the day. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, that's right. There was a link I was supposed to open. Wait, what is this, Fouls? What is this, Fouls? Oh god, you should see what she said. Hold on, I got something. I just want to check something real quick. Nuclear energy generation by state. Nuclear energy generation by state April 2026. Top 10 states generating nuclear energy. Illinois is producing about 7,797 megawatts per hour nuclear energy. And there's also Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, North Carolina, Virginia, and Arizona. Damn! So there are actually some states that are essentially producing nuclear energy, it looks like. So it looks like they are still trying. Which, to be honest, I'd rather they at least try it again. Because realistically, we wouldn't have this issue if the switch up was made. Let's see. Let's do that. I think I add something here. Yeah. And then I can add this here. And then 9. What the heck is this shape turning out to be? Honestly, damn. Also, sorry, hold on. I was just going to my OBS settings. Let's see. See, we got this. Yeah, I'm happy we are doing that because it's better for the environment. Sure, it's scary to think about if a meltdown happens, but that's most likely not going to happen logically. I feel like there's now a lot more regulations now in place, which will prevent something like a disaster like Chernobyl happening. So, they're actually, I'd say realistically, they're better suited to handle something like this now than back then when Chernobyl first happened, or the Bhopal disasters. Oh wait, this section's done. I'm gonna try this. This one? Nope. It was the other one. Fuck. My own father was a few months old when that happened, if I remember correctly. Oh, damn! That's actually pretty scary, but I'm assuming he doesn't remember much. Let's see. This? Yeah. Wait, 2, 2, 4. Oh, nope. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. We're just missing one. And 1, 2. There we go. Yeah, he was born in the 70s. Thankfully, he wasn't anywhere near that. I mean, honestly, thank goodness for that. I almost forgot I have alky to drink. Alcohol. Boy, you're looking to get crunk? Everyone's looking to get crunk in here. Man, why does everyone in my chat want to get crunk? I think that says stopwatch. I think that's supposed to be a stopwatch. Let's see. Overwatch and alky while watching a friend stream is free. Oh my gosh, so true. So true. To be honest, gaming while watching somebody stream is pretty hype. I think the last time I saw somebody do that was, there was like a video of a Tetris championship where literally someone was watching a Twitch stream while they were playing a Tetris championship. It was like esports, and it was like an esports tournament, and it was super hype. To be honest, the Tetris championships are super fun. Actually, you know what? Let me show the video that I'm talking about. I think it was... If I'm not mistaken, I think it was this one. I'm gonna bring up the window back up. Right. So it's this video right here. I saw this one a couple days ago, and it was actually pretty cool. So let's have a look.
The reigning Tetris World Champion has one of the strangest victory celebrations in all of esports. So I asked him.
If you're not checked out Scout's channel, I definitely recommend checking it out.
Like a tournament, I saw Parmesan cheese near my setup, and I was just like, let's just dump cheese on my head.
My I spent a day with Alex T at a Tetris tournament in his hometown of San Jose, California.
I really like Alex T. Like, he has a really, like, funny sense of humor.
I sadly gotta drink the low stuff, Sag.
He's a very
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
eccentric, off-the-wall player, likes to just do anything.
And Alex T, you couldn't ask for a better champion. He's got charisma, he puts on a show, he cracks me up.
But today, Alex T was actually on a quest to do something he'd never done before. Win his own
might as well start
city's
again.
Tetris championship.
Yeah, winning my home turf. Like, this is my 3rd year trying to go for it.
This year we have 3 different CTWC champions.
Why are they inviting these people here?
Someone makes it to the center. That might be it for Alex T. Can Alex T survive this?
The first thing to understand about Alex T is that he's never been a normal player from the moment he first picked up the game. And he became the youngest person to ever max out the score.
The age demographic for Tetris was more of people in the 15s, 16s, and 17s. I was 11 years old at the time, and it was actually pretty cool to get a world record. It made me play the game even more in a competitive level.
At the time, all the top players used a technique called hyper tapping, where they mashed the controller to get faster speeds. And Alex quickly became the fastest of them all.
There's like a kind of like a hertz metric, the rate of speed that you're hitting the button at a second. I'd say like an average tapper can tap 12 to 13 hertz. And when I'm hyper tapping, it hits like 18 to 20 hertz.
First tournament he ever won, he was a table tapper, you know, the rarest of Tetris players.
I was just considered one of the fastest hyper tappers at the time. Other tappers had like kind of like a wrist issue.
But for Alex, arm strength was the least of his concerns. He would flex so often that the Alex T Flex Cam became an official segment on the World Championships broadcast.
Outside of Tetris, my daily regimen is rock climbing. I do it like 3 times a week. Mainly I just like rock climb for fun.
But just as Alex T was reaching his peak, a new technique would shatter the current meta.
There's a new way to play Tetris, and it's literally changing the game.
A much faster playstyle called rolling used multiple fingers at once instead of just one, and made hyper tapping basically obsolete.
I will say, rolling is one of the most difficult forms of playstyles for Tetris I've ever seen. I still don't know how people are able to essentially come up with these different methods just for playing a puzzle game, essentially. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's crazy. That's why, compared to like a lot of other esports, I find Tetris the most fascinating.
Are you ever going to roll full time?
Well, I have to pull out a foot grip, which is like kind of weird.
Alex T figured out an atypical way to dominate with rolling by anchoring the controller with his bare foot, and rode it all the way to 2 World Championship titles.
Alex T is your 2024 champion! And he has done it back to back, the first 2 years in a row!
He was even invited to fly across the ocean to compete on a German TV show where he beat 3 different people at Tetris at the same time.
What do you say, champion, to our skills? What can you say?
Good.
Shit, why did I do that?
So how is it that he hadn't won his hometown event? Well, the thing is, most of the worldwide Tetris tournaments are hosted at independent venues, or at retro gaming expos that are primarily for merchants and collectors. But the San Jose Tetris tournament is unique in that it's hosted in a partnership with one of the biggest Smash Bros. Tournaments in the world, and a massive open arcade.
So here
You don't want to know what you don't want to know what I think about Smash events. Trust me, you don't.
Here at Genesis, it attracts
San Jose Bros. Tournaments in the world, and a massive open arcade.
So here at Genesis, it attracts a lot of the good players. People always seem to travel from far away.
In the tournament's first year in 2024, Alex T was defeated by Fractal, the previous year's Tetris World Champion, who was also a big Smash Bros. Fan.
I've been following Smash Bros. For a year, and this is the biggest tournaments. I got a picture with Amsa, who's known for being the best with his character.
In 2025, Alex T was defeated by Meme, another top player who might have been flying in for the parties.
A little bit of a deep, dark secret. I was kind of hungover.
And 2026 was slated to be the biggest year yet.
Here at Genesis this year, we have Dog and Dangler, who got the perfect max out.
Even the former winner Fractal had come back for a second time under the alias Mr. Genesis.
Why are they inviting these people here? Like, why are they going to Genesis? This is my hometown. Like, come on.
The first part of the tournament was the qualifying stage, which would rank players to be seeded in a knockout stage bracket. Competitors were given 1 hour to play as many games as they could.
I guess it's kind of no surprise that Fractal is a Smash Bros fan.
And 1 more point for each additional 100,000, up to 11 points for 1.9 million, which is about the highest score a top player could hope to get. At first, Alex T was shooting for scores in the middle of that range.
It's kind of like subjective in a way, but I believe 1.4 million above is kind of...
No, I meant to press B, fuck!
Solidly enough, with 2 1.3 million scores that were good
God, I pressed the wrong button.
But his eyes couldn't stop glancing over at another player on the stage.
I was watching Dog's like TV, and I was seeing his kill screen like capabilities way beyond any other player. I'm a little terrified.
Dog, who had flown in from Texas, was the former 2-time world champion in 2020 and 2021, and was currently playing almost flawlessly.
1.8 for Dog here in the first game. We're gonna see another one. Come on, game. Finally gets on the last bar. Another 1.8 for Dog.
Alex T recognized the situation and ramped up his aggression to try and chase Dog for the top spot.
Is he gonna try and set up for 2? All right, there's the double kill screen. Holding up for the eyepiece. Can't find it. 1.6 for Alex T.
But Dog was simply way too far ahead for him to catch up.
No, 1.9 is possible if he wants to get 3 Tetrises. And covers up the well. Dog's tops out at 1.8.
When the qualifying session was over, Dog had by far the most points for the #1 seed, and Alex T was a distant second. And the craziest thing was, during quals, Dog had been watching a Twitch stream on his laptop the whole time.
He's been watching like this Twitch stream on a different game called Valorant. He's kind of like
Yeah, there it is.
And I think it's kind of like a way to get him in a flow state, and it's kind of like the same way I do it with my music. I listen to like music that are like pretty soft and like chill, kind of like lower your heart rate, because you know like how these games can be like high intensifying, right?
But unfortunately,
Yeah, so there was this particular Tetris player that was just watching a Valorant stream. Hold on, the timer's paused. Give me a second. Yes, sorry.
right before Alex T's first round match, disaster would strike when his headphones broke.
So we just broke our headset while we were...
Ah, fucking sucks.
I need more duct tape.
After finding some emergency duct tape and repairing his headphones, Alex T swept his way through the best-of-5 matchup, winning 3-0. He would advance to the top 8 to face Wallband, the one player in the bracket from outside the United States.
Wallband from Toronto's here. He's the Canadian champion.
In Game 1, Wallband put up an unexpectedly high score.
Waiting for the next eyepiece. Wow, Wallband was just under a Tetris lead.
Alex T narrowly won, but it rattled him for Game 2.
Both players are in trouble, but Wallband's stack is a lot more manageable. Alex T with a hang of the eyepiece over there to the left. Can he do something? He's going for the flat burn. Hold on, we might see some more magic happen here. Can't get the TPs all the way over. That's a top out for Alex T. Wallband ties up the match 1-1.
Game 2, I just like early top out because I kind of like got scared from Wallband just like performing. But I think Game 3 and Game 4, I kind of found my flow.
Needs to get a TPs all the way over to the left post. Alex T is good.
Alex T recovered to win the set in 4 games. And despite suffering an early exit after having traveled the farthest, Wallband had a pretty great consolation prize by getting to join the legendary Tetris caster Sharky in the broadcast booth for the rest of the day.
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
Alex T's next opponent would be the winner of the former world champ Fractal versus Noah Dengler, who had gotten the first ever million-point score with nothing but 4-line clears, aka Tetrises.
I was actually like kind of stressed out because I saw Dengler versus Fractal in the top 8 match, and they were actually like going crazy because they were like high efficiency pace.
Knowing the caliber of his opponent, Fractal carried an unheard of 93% Tetris rate into level 28, and was just 1 Tetris away from beating the competition world record and getting the first 1.4 million score before the kill screen.
Oh, he's going for it. He wants it. He can taste it. There's another Tetris. And he accidentally goes too far. A 1.377 with only 2 lines to go on the board now in disarray. This might be all for naught if Fractal can't survive this. Now he's in 29. What can he do? He's able to find a couple of burns, but no. Fractal tops out.
Wow, what a chase down.
Got it. Lion.
Upon watching it back, Fractal had overshot a piece by just 1 row, and Dangler would eventually take the set in 4 games. But
That's
there was
a bad day.
consolation prize for Mr. Genesis too, as it freed him up to go participate in an online OSU tournament.
That's not Osu.
Alex T knew he had his work cut
That's
out
not
for him in the
Osu.
top 4, and they would end up splitting the first 2 games. In a crucial Game 3, Dangler would take a massive lead with a strong pace, but then top out right as the kill screen hit.
Oh no, that left side! Dingler hangs and tops out at 1,077,000, but hold on, Alex T.
Oh, he got some zero.
He had a couple of misstrucks, but now he has to get the board back under control.
I heard from like Sharky's commentary that he just popped out. So I was like, okay, I should just not mess up. And I was just like kind of panicking, and that just led me to do like a series of misdrops.
Oh, the hang. Able to slide that underneath, but now elevated burning is required. And crucial 5-tap hit. 460 points. There it is. Alex T completes the chase down and goes up 2-1.
Alex T coasted on momentum with a massive lead throughout Game 4.
Hits the T-spin, beautifully executed, but he's running out of time. There's a misshot for Dingler. There's a Tetris for Alex T. 1.2 for Alex T. Dingler, his tournament life is on the line. He finds this skip single. He's doing the best that he can, but he's running out of room, and that's going to be it. Alex T, for the 3rd year in a row, makes it to the finals.
Alex T was in the final showdown, but this match would be the ultimate test. He would be facing none other than Dog, who had swept his top 16, top 8, and top 4 matches in a perfect tournament run so far.
That's actually a nice title. 2-time champ versus 2-time champ. And Dog is kind of being on fire here. I think he hasn't lost a game yet, so it's kind of terrifying.
3, 2, 1, Tetris!
In Game 1, Dog was relentless like he had been all day, and Alex T was forced to play ultra aggressive in a desperate gamble to catch up.
Alex T going for another column 4 Tetris, but he hangs a couple of pieces over to the left. He's running out of time. He needs to find something to do some birds. There's 1, there's 2. Hold on, there might be a chance. He hits the crucial 5-tap, finds the eyepiece, opens up the well. He's waiting on the eyepiece, and knocks down the Tetris. Takes a triple, but Dog still has a 2.
More Tetris.
Alex T. Oh! 5-tap for the dirty left foot Tetris. Dog takes game number 1 of our finals.
In Game 2, Alex T again got stuck playing from behind, and a few costly misdrops forced him into a dig where he would need a miracle to survive.
Several misdrops to the center, finds the Tetris, and now Dog and Alex T are both in danger. Can Alex T survive this? That's going to be a triple, and a double rotate on the T. That might be it for Alex T. He's finding a couple more skips. He needs to get a piece over there to the left. Finds 1 bird, finds another, finds a 3rd, and he's still waiting on pieces that get over to the left. A good skin so far, but another misdrop. 7,000 points is all that separates him. Alex T is doing the best that he can, but that left is going to be inaccessible, and Dog takes game number 2.
I think I see what I'm supposed to do here.
5.
Dog was now just 1 game away from a perfect tournament sweep.
The first 2 games, I felt like really defeated because, like, honestly, I saw how Dog played, but then I remembered this Fractal quote. Like, I literally, like, had this thought. Oh, you want to play well? You actually want to have fun in the game. Like, you actually want to have fun. Don't, like, feel like... I never said this. No, you actually did. You actually did. You're lying, bro.
The best way to play this game is just have as much fun.
Oh, so he actually
as
did say
physically
it.
possible and have that.
He just didn't remember.
Gameplay.
Dog started Game 3 leading off again, but Alex shook it off this time.
Tetris for Dog, a 676 transition. And ooh, a little bit of a taunt over there from Alex T. He's like, nah, I don't think, yeah, he's like, this doesn't faze me.
Alex stormed back to take the lead by the kill screen and was playing ahead for the first time all match.
He's been to the finals 3 times, including this one, and he wants a chance to walk away with first place medal. Misdrops for Dog, and there it is. Dog tops out. Alex T stays alive here in the finals.
GG's to Alex T.
Game 4, Alex T was neck and neck with Dog the whole game and kept escaping from impossible situations.
He's going set up for a dirty Tetris. This is his tournament life on the line, and he's going aggressive. Good birds over here for Alex T. Alex T is going to stay alive. He still has a chance here in the finals. Dog with a couple misdrops in the center. Now we have a chase down. There's a double, and that's going to be good. We are going to a decider.
There we go.
In Game 5, Alex T went all out with his signature center well on the kill screen to get Tetris after Tetris after
is
Tetris.
a lamp.
Holding out for this high piece. Where is it? There it is. Tetris for Alex T. Set for another. That's another Tetris for Alex T.
By the time his game ended, Alex had built up a colossal 6 Tetris lead, and all the pressure in the world was on Dog.
3 years of being...
I actually ended up, after I saw this particular video, I decided to watch the actual replay of that tournament back. It was actually pretty intense. I'm not gonna lie, it was actually really intense. I think the Tetris world is severely underrated when it comes to like competitions. Like, I know people talk more about like the FGC scene and all this sort of stuff. People have been sleeping on the Tetris championships. There's even there's even a championship related to Dr. Mario. Those particular games, I think, are underrated when it comes to championships.
Here at Genesis, being a finalist, being down 2-0. Alex Zhee finally takes.
And he won in his hometown. Congratulations, Alex.
Emotions are kicking in. Alex finally getting that victory.
Alex T decided not to do the Parmesan cheese celebration this time, mainly because he didn't want to immediately have to go home and take a shower before the after party.
God damn
He
it.
did have a message for those in the audience.
At one point, you were the youngest elite player in the scene. You're the youngest max out. What would you say to young kids, Gen Alpha watching, who may be inspired by you?
We don't need any because I'm trying to dominate this whole scene. But actually, if you're like a young kid that's just like watching this Tetris and it kind of like excites you in a way, give it a go because this game is kind of fun. And if you have like a positive mindset, it actually like makes you play well and like it teaches you all these like values, and Tetris is a good way to do that.
Alex T's next tournament will be the World Championship.
Damn, Tetris can teach you so much, apparently.
Claiming 2 titles already, it kind of makes me like feel I don't need to like prove myself again, but I'll play again because I'm the champion and maybe I can win it all over again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And in a surprising twist, it may actually not be Alex T who's the favorite this year. I put together another more detailed video on the statistics of who is going to win this year.
Which that'll be pretty interesting. Wait, how a casual humiliated 1,325 salty Yu-Gi-Oh players? Yes, please. I want to hear more about this.
I just decided to enter on a whim, basically, and I ended up winning.
This is Marquise Henderson, a 16-year-old boy who has just performed the greatest upset in trading card game history, because he just won a 1,400-man Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship out of nowhere. Even more surprising was the fact that this was the first large Yu-Gi-Oh! Event he had ever attended. A random kid who had never even won a local tournament would somehow embrace the heart of the cards to breeze through the top tables, humiliating pro players along the way, some of whom were so salty that they refused to shake the boy's hand after the match was over. You see, while his opponents used decks that cost thousands of dollars.
Look, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! As much as this guy. I would probably consider myself a bit of a casual. I have to get back to collecting Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. But come on, if you lose a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game against a casual, shake the guy's hand. Don't be a pansy ass. Come on.
He's instead
It's all fun and games here. This isn't Pokemon.
But he would still somehow assemble a strategy that would completely counter the best decks in the metagame. Yet in the eyes of the elitist Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, not only was he a nobody, but he was piloting a mediocre, frustrating deck that they thought was terrible. So just how did he manage to conquer all odds and win a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship? Well, allow me to explain. Our story starts in the year 2012, where Marquise is a freshman in high school, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Casually with his friends during lunch. Though highly popular, Yu-Gi-Oh! is one of the most expensive trading card games. Rare cards were frequently short printed, creating artificial scarcity, with the staple cards needed for each deck costing hundreds of dollars on the secondary market.
Though, that being said, you can't exactly make a lucrative market out of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards compared to something like Pokemon. I think compared to Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still relatively safe.
Needless to say, it was difficult for anyone to acquire these powerful cards, never mind a boy in high school who had bigger priorities to save for, like Hot Lunch and Jordans. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was also one of the most complex games, often with rules that weren't written anywhere in the official rulebook. Because of these reasons, despite the game being marketed towards children, the average tournament would still comprise mainly of adults in their 20s and 30s. So being only 16 years old certainly made things a lot harder. Now, Marquise would learn from his friends that there was a local card store in their area that hosted Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments every Saturday, with a flood of eager duelists occupying every square foot of the store. Though he consistently attended these tournaments for months, he would never win a single one.
I wasn't even really playing but for like a year and a half. I just kind of started. But yeah, I'd never won locals before. I've been playing just with my friends and stuff like that.
Being a big city, the players in his local scene in Atlanta were much more skilled and had the budget to play the most powerful decks. Yet with each and every tournament, Marquise would slowly improve. After After school, he would go online to research the metagame on forums and watch videos to learn the combos. Outside of drumline and basketball, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had quickly become his favorite hobby. While his skills were no doubt improving, being a high school student, he still didn't.
That's probably the right way to go about it. That's definitely the right way to go about it, because you definitely want to put some research into it if you end up, getting pummeled. So it really helps that if you just study how to essentially play the game, you'll probably get good at it, especially with a lot of practice and just building your deck to the best of your ability.
Didn't have access to the game's strongest cards. Popular decks at the time included the Dino Rabbit strategy, which leveraged the cuddly Rescue Rabbit to summon out 2 normal dinosaurs that could be combined into the Evolzerlagia and Doka to negate card and monster effects. It would go toe-to-toe with the Wind-Ups, a combo deck that could set up an army of toys and rip away the opponent's hand on the first turn with a loop that...
Which I feel like some of these are from 5Ds, one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Series of all time.
It involved recycling the Wind-Up Hunter over and over again. But they made these decks really hard to put together. Their signature cards were printed in the highest rarity, Secret Rare, which meant you would be lucky to even pull one out of a box of 56 booster packs. To give you an example, Rescue Rabbit and Evolzer Doka were both $80 each, and cards like Wind-Up Zenmains were $150. And most of the time you could play up to 3 copies of a given card, so if you multiply that, it was pretty ridiculous even by modern day standards. But it gets worse, because there were 2 cards that were so powerful, every single deck would have to play them. Tour Guide from the Underworld was a generic monster that summoned Sangan from the deck, who could then search for all of the other deck's signature monsters when he was sent to the graveyard. But it also spawned 2 bodies for an instant XC summon, like Leviar the Sea Dragon to revive Rescue Rabbit, or Wind-Up Zenmighty to summon out any Wind-Up. And 3 copies of Tour Guide cost $450 because of its secret rarity, and of course, the waifu tax. Then there was Maxine, a shiny bug that let the user draw a card for every summon
gotta love our
that
waifus
on a given turn. A mandatory counter to heavy combo decks like the Wind-Ups, and one of the only ways to circumvent the turn 1 hand loop when going second.
And here comes the infamous loop, folks.
It's ironically still...
I haven't gotten a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card in ages, it feels. I mean, I recently got, from the last convention I attended, which was Oz Comic-Con, there was a card shop that recently opened where I managed to get a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, a set of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. They're currently right now sitting in my room, but at some point I have to actually get a binder to actually put them in, because the truth is I actually have a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and I need to find them again when I head over to go see my family. But I definitely like the idea of collecting Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards again.
One of the most powerful cards in modern
But they
day,
are super
which
fun.
justifies its $100 price tag at the time. In total, this meant that you would have to spend well over $1,000 to build a solid Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. Without these staple cards, you were basically put at a significant disadvantage. A barrier that many players would struggle with at the time, and honestly that kind of continues to this day. Marquise would obviously feel a little discouraged, knowing that this was an issue that he and his friends had faced. But one day in their group chat, one of Marquise's friends excitedly shared an idea. A deck that had somehow won the national championship the year prior out of nowhere. It was a TG Stun deck.
My friend showed me, he's like, oh, like this deck.
TG Stun deck.
Play this deck. Okay, I'll give it a shot.
A strategy that leveraged using trap cards to stun the opponent out from playing, like Skill Drain, which, as the name would imply, negated all monster effects on the field.
Skill Drain stopped everything. And in my head, I was like, I didn't know too much. I was like reading all the cards. I'm like, is this not the best card in the game?
Now, the whole concept of the TG deck was to stun out the opponent using the trap cards, while the Tech Genis monsters would replace themselves when they were destroyed in combat, creating a cycle of near infinite resources while whittling down the opponents using the traps. And since these effects activated in the graveyard, they were unaffected by Skill Drain, which only negated monster effects on the field.
This deck is like great. Like, this is the one I just win the most with. I just played so much with it. Played it for like 5 or 6 months, just that one deck.
Marquise quickly jumped onto the idea. The cards were relatively cheap for the most part and easily accessible. The only problem with this deck was that its competitiveness was rather short-lived. By this time, it had since been outclassed by newer cards and excessive power creep that was difficult for trap-based decks to keep up with, especially when going second. So the deck had been dropped by the rest of the player base. But Marquise would continue playing TGs. It became his signature deck, and he strove to make it even better, making tweaks to it day by day. This would continue for the next few months, and as time passed, Marquise would eventually participate in regional tournaments. These were events on a larger scale that would attract stronger opponents, often a few hundred, who would travel from other cities in hopes of placing in the top percentile to receive an invite to the national championship held at the end of the year.
World Championship.
His best finish at these regionals would be a 7-3 final record, a career highlight. An impressive feat on paper, but not exactly notable in the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene, for you would typically need a 9-1 record to place in the top 8 and receive prizes. So naturally, no one in the competitive scene would know the name Marquise Henderson, never mind even in his own local area. But just a few months later, this would change completely. It was soon announced that Atlanta would be the host city for the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, the most competitive tournament at the highest peak of the game that would draw over 1,000 duelists, including notable pro players who dominated the tournament circuit. Now, Marquise was rather unfamiliar with championship-level tournaments. His familiarity with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Was limited mostly to his area, with regional tournaments being the extent of what he had experienced. So when his friends told him about YCS Atlanta, he figured it'd be the size of regionals, with 100 players or 2 at most. But he had no idea that this would be something far greater than you would have ever imagined.
My friend just told me about this event. Like, I didn't know what it was going to be. I thought it was like 50, 100 people. My dad, the first day I went to the event, YCS, he's like chilling in the convention center. He's like, oh yeah, we can go to the convention center. I'll go with you.
On the Friday of the tournament, his dad would drive him to the venue to pick up their entry badges. And only upon entering would he be shocked by the sheer scale of the event. Instead of a few hundred players, there was well over 1,000.
Honestly, I managed to complete that one.
I'm like, I don't even want to enter. He's like, you have to enter already. I'm like, okay, I'll enter.
A robust...
I feel like this is probably going to be like anybody's experience whenever they go into a place like what is it, Anime Expo or something like that for the first time. You think it's one of those like small conventions where it's going to be like a few hundred people and it's everybody going to be like really into the hobby. Nope, you've got like so many people just flocking around. Oh my gosh, so many people, sweaty nerds. Oh man. I will say, I asked Noble, because Noble was attending Anime Expo this year, and I found out when he was already there, and at that time, Cinder was doing a meet and greet, so I tried asking them to see if they could essentially put in, to try to get a meet and greet with Cinder and pass on a message to them for me, and unfortunately that didn't work out. Which is okay, because that kind of leaves me with enough time to essentially maybe consider doing like a trip to Anime Expo myself at some point in the future. I think it'd be pretty cool. We'll have to see what happens with that, because I'm hearing some things about the Olympics being held in Los Angeles in California, so that's going to be interesting to fit around there.
Hall filled with the most competitive, daring challengers, many of whom had ventured from the opposite side of the country to test their skills. You see, the winners of this tournament in particular
should be where the eye should
coveted
go, right?
Blood Memphis prize card that to this day sells for thousands of dollars. Unlike the other prize cards, and for reasons unknown, the Blood Memphis has never
the other eye
been
should go
reprinted.
here, yes.
Rumors say it's due to legal reasons with the card's original artist, meaning that the only copies of the card in existence to this very day were the limited copies given out to the winners of these tournaments, making it now one of the rarest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh history. So naturally, there was a big prize at stake. But before the tournament had even begun, these players had already activated their strongest card, the credit card. The vendors were completely overwhelmed, with players swiping left and right, forced to pay premiums on last-minute cards that they needed for competition the very next day. Most of them were using Dynamite
like 2 more puzzles left.
with a few other decks in between that were
I'll try to finish the 2 other puzzles and then we'll call it a day.
The expensive cards in his TG deck, like Pot of Duality and Solemn Warning, had already been reprinted the year prior, costing only a few dollars instead of hundreds. But nevertheless, he still wanted to make important additions to his deck where possible. With only $40 left to his name, Max C was out of the equation, certainly putting him at a disadvantage, especially when going second, and he would perhaps be the only player in the entire hall that was not playing the card. But at the same time, he had a feeling inside that for his trap-heavy deck, he wouldn't need it. And you know, saving $300 didn't seem like a bad idea either. Instead, Marquise walked up to the vendors and decided to finally splurge on a lone copy of Bryanak, Dragon of the Ice Barrier. A card that wasn't necessary for the deck at all, but could be made in niche scenarios with the TG Striker, and was another step to optimizing his deck. And
I will say that is a really nice looking dragon.
With the TG Striker, and
Like this particular dragon design over here, I really like that. It's kind of like I'm staring at, they took the concept of Blue Eyes White Dragon and they basically put armor over them. And essentially, it's kind of like the next evolutionary line. It looks really beautiful.
It was another step
Spend my last
optimizing his deck into the strongest it could possibly be for the tournament the next day.
spent my last $40 on the brown deck that I needed for my deck. I summoned it once, but I won the game, so it's freaking worth it.
Lastly, in place of the Max C, he opted instead to run 2 copies of the Beast King Barbaros, a card that had never seen play before. Though printed as a level 8 with an attack value of 3000, Beast King had an effect that would allow its user to drop its attack to 1900 and normal summon it without tributing any monsters. But
I've
while
only played
Skill
one
Grid
game
was
of
on the
Overwatch,
field,
but holy
it
shit,
would
that was the
negate
longest
this drawback
PvE I've ever
completely
played in
and
the game.
restore its attack.
What character were you playing in
Back
Overwatch?
to 3000, threatening even the Blue Eyes White Dragon. His deck would maximize the full capacity of Skill Drain, a card whose potential he recognized early on. Thunder King Ryle would stun the opponent from searching their deck for cards, while Horn of the Phantom Beast boosted his beast monsters and let him draw a card each time the monster trampled over an opposing one by battle. And last but not least, Reborn Tengu was a pesky beast warrior who could be powered up by the Horn and also replace itself when it was removed from the field. In total, his deck would cost just over $100, and most of the players in the hall would scoff at the idea of this deck being remotely competitive, until day 1 of the tournament kicked off, which would start off extremely well for Marquise Henderson, who jump-started his event with 6 wins and 0 losses. With his friends shocked beyond belief, Marquise was completely locked in.
I ended up going 6-0.
Okay, I kind of see the shade that it could
He
essentially
would only
become.
drop his first match in round 7 to an empty jar deck, another rogue strategy that relied on decking out the opponent by looping the morphing jar over and over again.
And then I lost round 7 to a very, like, insane opponent. I'm, like, sitting here, like, reading, like, is this work? Yeah, this works. So this freaking empty jar guy, I even flipped skill drain on him, and he's literally still, like, killing me through skill drain. Like, flip up, and then I'll chain book a moon. Okay, now it's face down, I'll dump your hand again. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
But outside of this, all of his other opponents had utilized powerful meta decks, and some of these opponents became perturbed, for Marquise would have to read a lot of their cards, which agitated them even further because this dude was going around playing a frustrating rogue deck, but also reading the popular cards that they would have expected him to know with a 6-0 record at a major tournament like this. And both his opponents and the judges were especially shocked to find that Marquise wasn't familiar with the combos and rulings that they thought were basic.
When I say I wasn't really, like, that into the game, like I hadn't played for that long, like the judge had to explain me for like a minute or two about like the rulings of
Wow, there is no way. I was playing Mercy, and I say that because I got unlucky with the server because the current game got canceled.
Just a lot. Like I didn't know like dueling.
But we got placed in a different map and mode.
It also pissed him off even further that he was.
I think what's hold on, I gotta adjust the volume real quick. I just realized. Sorry. You were on Route 66, I think the name is, but the server went, ha, fuck you. I think, what frustrates me a little bit about the matchmaking system in Overwatch is that it's bullshit. Because a lot of times when I played Overwatch 2 when it first came out, it would always set us up with games that we were destined to lose. And we were playing in like a squad, right? Sometimes even when you do like solo queues or whatever, you're always set up with a game where you're just destined to lose. And it was always so annoying whenever that happened. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's why after a while I just stopped playing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All good to me. It really is. But yeah, Sorry, let me continue.
Flipping cards like Skill Drain that nullified their expensive cards.
People didn't like the deck because obviously you just like stun your opponent, stuff like that. Yeah, it is what it is. Like obviously I drew freaking the right traps very often, drew Skill Drain a lot.
These players were completely shocked, and word of mouth spread pretty quickly. Online chatter slowly begun with rumors of an unknown duelist who was playing in his first ever YCS with a budget version of an outdated deck idea that pissed off the pro players at the top tables. While many reveled in the chaos and cheered Marquise on, others were less than optimistic. Some of the pro players at the event even refused to shake his hand after the match, as they were extremely salty about the prospect of losing to such a player. And a deck that locked them down
that is so funny.
One that was full of cheap, low rarity cards.
Only spitting straight facts.
Like, you know, I just kept drawing Skill Drains. I kept drawing freaking Skill Drains.
This guy's a fucking champ.
Like flipped another one in response. So I just have freaking 2 Skill Drains. He killed one, I just have another one. So he was mad about that.
Marquise would play against several opponents utilizing the Dino Rabbit deck, a matchup that he found to be favorable midway throughout the tournament. He would set as many trap cards as possible and then use Skill Drain to lock out their signature Evolzar monsters.
What I was most afraid of was the Dino Rabbit deck, because they can just like, it's like a free negate. I'm like, oh well, you can't even get around that. There's nothing you can do. I didn't even know what Dino Rabbit did at the time. I was scared of it. Some of the matches were just like brain dead easy. It wasn't even me. It was just like a good meta choice.
And at this point, you're probably wondering how he did so well. I mean, it's his first major tournament. He's picking up cards to read them. His opponents are frustrated. What was the secret sauce that Marquise had implemented? Well, for starters, none of his opponents were really prepared, and many of their decks would lack adequate trap removal or ways to counter Skill Drain. You see, a lot of these players weren't even playing Mystical Space Typhoon, which was a classic way to destroy a
Man, and that particular card is one of the most important cards you need. So the fact that a lot of these opponents that he faced didn't have that? Wait, is this video about the guy who fucked everyone up with a basic deck in the tournament? Yes! A very casual player who just beat everyone at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. And apparently, did none of these people have Mystical Space Typhoon? Are you kidding?
In its place, they instead elected to play high-impact hand disruption cards that could be used on the first turn to try and stop the opponent from comboing, like Effect Veiler to negate the wind-up combo. And ironically, these cards happen to be absolutely useless against Marquise's TG stun deck, which neither summoned a lot of monsters nor utilized their effects.
Because no one really cares about like the trap decks back then, like at least in that specific event. A lot of people just didn't even play MST, and I don't think some of them sided it. It was kind of smooth sailing if you just get that up, and it was like you just.
I have never heard anybody refer to
Since
MST,
no one was prepared for it,
Mystical Space Typhoon as
was there to
MST.
stay on Marquise's field, allowing him to ultimately finish with an impressive 9-2 final record.
I called my dad, I was like, oh yeah, you're just going to play in the tournament, have fun, whatever. And I called him after like round, I was like, oh, I think I have to come back. I think I have to come back to this. And he's like, why? I'm like, well, there's like a day 2. And I guess like I made the day 2. He's like, okay, we'll come back.
Also, if you guys are enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and touch that like button. After the 11 Swiss rounds, the final standings were announced before the top 32 players would face off in a sudden death playoff bracket to ultimately decide the winner of the tournament. And in 12th place was none other than Marquise Henderson. His friends erupted in cheers. Marquise had done the impossible. He had made the top cut of a tournament with almost 1,400 players and defeated multiple pro players along the way with his own unique strategy. But his job wasn't done yet. He still had more Yu-Gi-Oh! To play. His top 32 and top 16 matches would be against Alistair Albanes and Michael Lux, 2 pro players with dozens of
Something
prior
tells me
accolades.
something's
The
missing.
former with a second place championship finish, and the latter a first place champion. Both players were using Dino Rabbit, which Skill Drain and a plethora of traps would take care of.
I was in the top cut, and you know they like rope off the freaking place for you for like the duelist to play. Had, you know,
that's why I made a mistake.
Like, one like, oh, can I go over there? And he's like, no, you can't go any. You got to freaking stay here and do. I'm like, oh, this is freaking serious. Like, what the heck? I can't believe they're like keeping tabs on you. I was like, okay.
On an empty stomach, top 8 would be an uphill battle, for his opponent, John Oxendine, would utilize a wind-up strategy that could spell doom for Marquise if he went second. Like I mentioned earlier, the deck had a signature turn 1 combo that could discard nearly every single card in Marquise's hand before he even had a turn to play, especially because his deck lacked the one defensive card that could refill his hand to prevent this, Max C. But luckily for Marquise, he would win the Dyro and go first, setting
I
up
think the
Skill
LT
Drain,
was a bad
which
choice.
was
My
more
body's
than enough
burning
to
so
stop
bad
the
it
windups
feels right
from,
now.
well,
Oh
one
no,
out.
you okay? You probably should have been careful. You probably should have been careful with the alcohol usage.
Thanks to a little bit of
Guys,
luck
don't you
with
know
the
you have to
dice
drink
roll,
safely and
the
responsibly?
semi-final match would once again test his fortune. fortune. It was another wind-up opponent, a pro player by the name of Anthony Pasquarello. Now, Anthony's deck actually played 2 copies of Mystical Space Typhoon, and though Marquise would open the dice roll once again with a set skill drain, Anthony would open with both copies of Mystical Space Typhoon, but the rest of his hand didn't contain any monsters, allowing Marquise to simply beat him down. Even more interesting was the fact that Anthony had anticipated the existence of rogue trap decks, and to account for this even further, he would also side deck copies of Royal Decree, a continuous trap card that negated the effects of all other trap cards. And in the second game, he would open with a copy of Royal Decree and Mystical Space Typhoon, the perfect cards to counter Marquise's strategy. But just like in the first game, the rest of his hand was rather weak, with a lone wind-up rabbit as his only line of offense, which wasn't the card he needed to initiate the wind-up hand loop combo. And not only this, but Marquise would top deck his own copy of Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy the Royal Decree, allowing him to set up
I'm back. Why are you watching Yu-Gi-Oh? Because I was interested.
His army of trap cards and ultimately win the match. Marquise's
Plus, I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Was evidently working overtime. Ironically, Hansei Aguero, the winner of Nationals a year
this one's
prior and
technically
the
done.
pioneer of the TG stun deck, yes, the very man whom Marquise got his idea from in the first place, would also make the top cut with Dino Rabbit. But he would be knocked out early by another player, so the two wouldn't cross paths. But he would give Marquise a few motivational words for what would be the most important match in his entire life, the finals. His opponent would be the last remaining Dino Rabbit player in the tournament, and the stakes were higher than ever.
The guy in the finals, his name was Roman Rodriguez. I still freaking remember him. Great opponent, it was a great duel. He actually said in the news, don't take my picture.
By the way, new Dolby skin for BD. I've seen the new skin. I've seen the new skin. Somebody retweeted it on Twitter, and I was like, oh damn.
And the staff was like, well, we need a picture. Like, no, I don't need a picture. So like, you won't find a picture of him anywhere. So had he come in first, you actually wouldn't have a picture of the winner at all.
Miraculously, Marquise would go first yet again and set up the deck's most optimal opening play. A Beast King Barbaros backed behind 4 powerful trap cards. With, you guessed it,
I kind
one
of have
of
to
them
struggle
being
with a
skill
little bit
drain.
with
But the icing on top was a Starlight Road that would protect his field from being wiped away by Roman's Heavy Storm. In the second game, with his back against the wall, staring down his worst nightmare in the form of 2 Ovalsarlagias, he would somehow top deck a Pot of Duality, revealing the top 3 cards of his deck to add one to his hand.
I used 2 traps.
Oh man, I'm in a bad spot.
Good duality, and I got Dark Hole. I freaking cleared it. So like, it was like the double Lagia, like the thing I was most afraid of. I ended up like somehow getting out of that. I was so lucky.
With the last revealed card miraculously being the Dark Hole that he needed to wipe away his opponent's entire board. This was a game-winning move that would raise the trophy and the Blood Memphis into the air by the newly crowned champion of Atlanta, Marquise Henderson.
I'm Marquise Henderson.
Speak a little louder, bro.
I'm Marquise Henderson. I just decided to enter on a whim, basically. I decided to enter with TG Stun, and I ended up winning.
I didn't even like realize after I won. I was so locked in at the end of the day. I was like, at the end of like the finals, I was like, I don't know, like I didn't know what to do. I was like, I was still no more dueling. Like I actually was just in the thick of it. Now I called my dad. I was like, I ended up winning.
With word of his victory, the entire YugiNet erupted. While the reaction was generally positive, many people couldn't fathom that a nobody had won such a prestigious tournament, especially a first-timer. And of course with a strategy that no one felt was playable. Now, funny enough, there would be another TG stun deck in the top 32 alongside Marquise, propelling the deck to finally be respected once more. But the pros were angry. They felt that Marquise's deck building was suboptimal. He had played a budget-friendly alternative to the optimal build, foregoing important metagame cards like Maxi that, in their opinion, was a non-negotiable. It was the only way of winning against windups when going second. Beyond that, they also said his ratios were incorrect, like playing one lone copy of Solemn Warning, one of the most powerful trap cards in the game that could negate any summon. Then they molded at the fact that Marquise had side-decked 3 copies of Des Wombat, a card that was played for the sole purpose of countering burn decks.
Oh, shit.
What the hell is this, man? Read this, please. Gotta continue.
No effect damage.
So now I have about 19 seconds to try to complete this puzzle. Oops. Hold on, I'm gonna pause the video real quick. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna save and then try to beat this. Oh wait, it basically gets you to quit. Oops. Alright. This one. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Wow! Wow! I just did that! Holy shit, I just saved it! Do you see that? You can't fake that! You cannot fake that! Holy shit! Please tell me you guys saw that. Mild, I swear to God, if you do not clip this, I am gonna be so angry. Somebody please clip that. Somebody please clip that. There is no way. Dude. Listen, somebody needs to clip this right now. Somebody needs to clip this right now. Oh my God. I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed. I did not even think I was actually gonna get that. My God, I had lost 8 minutes. That was so stacked against me. Oh my God. Whoo! Look at that. 29.58. Holy shit. And that was easy for cross. We did it. So I think the next time I play this, I'm definitely going to be doing the harder versions, which is called Mario's Picross in this version of the game. Hold on. We still have the video to finish anyway, so we might as well just finish it. And then we'll end stream for today. Mild, but still, mild, fouls, anybody. If anybody has been watching the stream, please clip that moment. I really need you to clip that moment, please. Oh my God, that was amazing.
I never sided him because I never played Chamber, which I'm sorry.
Okay, let's finish the video.
Except that burn decks were rogue in particular, and it was highly unlikely that anyone had entered a championship tournament with one, meaning Marquise had effectively wasted 3 critical.
Ooh, we got it clipped? Oh, okay, let's have a look. Take it. Take it. Wow! Take it. Wow! Dude, that is amazing. That is amazing that I was able to pull that off. Holy fucking shit. Dude. But yeah, it looks... But yeah, let's get back to this.
Slots in his 15-card side deck to account for a non-competitive deck that he'd encountered once or twice at locals. But it gets even worse.
You know what it sounds like to a lot of the pros that are essentially complaining about this? I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it is. Skill issue. Skill issue. Just take the loss like a champ, pros. Come on.
One popular rumor would spread online saying that Marquise was autistic, which wasn't true at all, but, okay.
It's actually funny. During the tournament, they did start a rumor that I was autistic. And like, oh, this autistic kid won the event. It's like, great, blah, blah. And it's freaking, I thought it was funny. But no, I'm not autistic anyway. But they started that rumor.
Their only way of rationalizing that Marquise had won was the possibility of him being a savant, someone who had become a Yu-Gi-Oh genius overnight. Some would accuse him of cheating, saying that the only plausible explanation was sleight of hand or rigging of the game and not talent. After all, he had completely shaken up the expectations of what should have won. In their eyes, only a pro player should have been able to win, and using a deck that cost thousands of dollars. A lot of players online would complain about Marquise getting extremely lucky, almost uncharacteristically. One commenter would say, just gonna throw this out there, but the 2 feature matches they put up, his opponents had pretty bad hands, and he had outs to everything. Dude has Yugi level luck. He would frequently win the dice roll and go first, which was the crucial way of winning with a trap deck that could set up an army of defensive options before the opponent got a chance to play. They explored every possible angle to discredit Marquise's victory, but at the same time, others would defend him. Excited that a rogue strategy had won the event, piloted by a new player who had put the rich and the mighty in their place, showing everyone that Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't just about activating the credit card.
I think way more people were just like, hey, listen, like this is a cool deck. You know, I didn't expect to win. This is a nice thing that happened. So honestly, it was way more positive than negative. People came up afterwards like, oh, I really want to play this deck. I think this deck is cool.
Ironically, after his victory, many players even adapted and would begin playing the TG Stun deck. If a 16-year-old kid who had never entered a championship could win with an incomplete build, then the deck had certainly outperformed in some capacity. This was short-lived, however, as the deck was almost immediately hit on the ban list, with both TG Striker and Reborn Tengu, 2 of the deck's main monsters, being restricted.
That's fucking
Though not necessarily
sucks.
due to the TG Stun deck, for both of these cards were also abused in other decks around the same time, catching it.
Oh, okay, then you know that actually
but yeah,
makes
that was
sense.
like my first big event. The stars aligned. That's all I'll say. The stars aligned. I tried to play well, but it was a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh going on, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh moments. But that was the only YCS I ever entered, and I ended up winning.
At the end of the day, it seems that all the stars would align for Marquise to win the championship on that fateful weekend. A combination of fortune, his opponents being unprepared, and the power of skill drain were all factors that played into this. But regardless, his skill was what mattered the most. No matter how lucky you get, you still have to be extremely good at the game to win a championship of 1,400 players. But all of this would come together perfectly to allow him to achieve the greatest monumental feat in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh history. Nevertheless, this would seemingly be the most fortuitous weekend for Marquise Henderson,
Welcome
as
back.
he would never again perform at a major Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
To this day, actually, that was the only YCS I ever entered. But that was the only YCS I ever entered, and I ended up winning.
Instead retiring from play and starting his own trading card vending booth in Atlanta at the popular card show Charlie's Collectible Show.
I ended up just vending mostly just Yu-Gi-Oh, but it just became more and more. Well, I have a booth in Charlie's Collectible Show, both in the Atlanta and the Houston locations. I can't say enough about Charlie's Collectible Show. Like, they're insane. Like, the owner's done a lot for me. Maybe 60 or 70 like card vendors, anime, sports, like video games.
With a booth called Trading Cards LLC, so if you're in the Atlanta or Houston area, definitely go check out the show. Who knows, you might even see the legend in person. And what happened to the prized Blood Mephist, you might ask?
So because I was 16, I was kind of broke. When I realized that card was actually worth money, I sold it on eBay. Somebody told me it was $1,000. I'm like, I'll just list it for $600. Someone had bought it like that day, and I was like, somebody got a good deal. There you go. Hopefully somebody still has it and they're taking care of it. But I still have the trophy, of course.
Regardless, his accomplishment would forever be ingrained as one of the greatest miracles in Yu-Gi-Oh history, with the community recognizing that Marquise had overcome every possible adversity to embrace the heart of the cards, and
I will say that is actually pretty funny that he happened to sell that card. He was like, hey, you can get it for like $1,000. And he's like, okay, I'll just sell it for 600. Don't matter to me. Legend right there.
realizing that Marquise had overcome every possible adversity to embrace the heart of the cards and achieve the impossible.
That was incredible. And to think that this basically came from someone who's not particularly experienced with Yu-Gi-Oh! That's big respect right there. But no, can I just not stop talking about that moment where I just happened to come in clutch at the last second? That's legendary. I think that's legendary. I don't think there's any way I can top that. There's no way I can top that. That for me is impressive. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. It seemed all odds were against me, but we did it. I did it. And people got to see that, and I think that's a pretty good thing, honestly. Yeah, hopefully everybody enjoyed stream today. I most certainly had fun myself. All things considered, we definitely got through a lot of different material today, and we definitely got to have some fun with looking at news stuff today, and there's some pretty cool stuff too as well. Now I think we're gonna go and raid someone today. I'm just wondering who we should raid. Oh, I know exactly who to raid. I know who exactly we're gonna raid today. Love being here, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you coming here today. This was definitely a lot of fun. I definitely had a lot of fun. This was so much fun. I'm glad everybody got to be a part of this. It was super fun. I think today we're gonna go raid Nyaruchu. She's actually someone that I've met a long time ago, and she's really, 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 really cool. So we're gonna go raid her today. All right, let's set up the raid for her. Hopefully I got this to work properly. Yes, we got it to work properly. Guys, with new friend. I definitely know like a couple of new friends. We're all like weebs in this together. We're all in this together now. So that has been my stream for today. Next stream we're going to be seeing Eden take over. She'll probably be either playing Rivals of Either or she'll be playing Yomi Hustle. Definitely do check. We'll be announcing when we go live on our Discord server, so make sure you go check that out. I'll also announce it on I'll also announce it on Twitter, and I'll also announce it on Twitter. That'll be pretty cool. But yeah, make sure you go check out my socials. Thank you so much to everyone that's come in today. Make sure you give some warm welcome to Eden when she comes in. Make sure you go see her. Give support. And with that in mind, thank you so much, guys, for watching. I will see you all next time, hopefully for Saturday. Zelius signing out.